Every strong person has a place inside them that no one sees, a quiet place, a tired place, a place where old words still echo, old memories still breathe, and old pain still waits for the night to become silent. During the day, you may look fine, you may smile, you may answer messages, you may handle responsibilities, you may carry yourself like nothing is wrong. But when the world becomes quiet, the mind tells the truth. It brings back the worries you tried to ignore, the regrets you thought you buried, the wounds you never had time to understand, and the fear that maybe something inside you has been damaged for too long. But listen carefully. You are not broken. You are not weak. You are not beyond peace. You are only tired from carrying too much for too long. Many people spend their whole lives surviving but never healing. They learn how to keep going, but not how to soften. They learn how to endure pain, but not how to release it. They learn how to appear strong, but not how to rest the mind that has been fighting invisible wars for years. Slowly the damage becomes familiar. Overthinking feels normal. Anxiety feels normal. Emotional heaviness feels normal. Waking up tired feels normal. Holding your breath through life feels normal. But the Stoics understood something powerful. They knew that the mind does not become free by controlling everything outside of you. It becomes free when you stop allowing everything outside of you to control what happens inside of you. They taught that peace begins when you stop arguing with the past, when you stop obeying every painful thought, when you stop treating old wounds like present dangers, and when you finally understand that what happened may have shaped you, but it does not have to own you forever. Tonight is not about forcing yourself to forget. It is not about pretending the pain never happened. It is not about becoming a different person overnight. It is about giving your mind permission to stop carrying what it was never meant to carry forever. For the next 4 hours, let the world wait. Let the noise fade. Let the pressure loosen. Let the old emotional weight begin to fall away, piece by piece. You do not need to solve your whole life tonight. You do not need to understand every wound. You do not need to fight every thought. You only need to breathe, to listen, to soften, to let the wisdom of Stoicism guide your mind back to stillness. Because sometimes healing does not begin with a big decision. Sometimes it begins in the quiet, in the dark. In the moment you finally whisper to yourself, I do not have to carry this anymore. So rest now. Let your body grow heavy. Let your mind become quiet. Let the past lose its grip. And allow this night to become the beginning of a calmer, lighter, freer version of you. Tonight is not about becoming someone else. It is about returning to the peace that has been waiting for you all along. As the mind begins to slow down and the noise of the day starts to fade, another truth quietly rises to the surface. Some of the deepest wounds people carry were never caused by dramatic events. They were created by years of carrying responsibilities that were never meant to rest entirely on one pair of shoulders. And perhaps nowhere is this more common than in the lives of those who became the responsible one. There is a strange kind of pain that comes from always being the dependable person. It does not leave visible scars. It does not attract sympathy. Most people do not even notice it. In fact, they often admire it. They see the person who always has everything under control, the person who solves problems, the person who remains calm during crises, the person everyone turns to when life becomes difficult. What they do not see is the exhaustion hidden beneath that strength. Many people learn very early in life that being responsible earns approval. Perhaps they grew up in a home where there was little stability. Perhaps they had to mature quickly because the adults around them were overwhelmed by their own struggles. Maybe they became the peacemaker in the family, the helper, the caretaker, or the one who never caused problems. Over time, responsibility stopped being something they did It became who they were. And that is where the hidden burden begins, because when your identity becomes attached to being responsible, you start believing that everything depends on you. You feel responsible for other people's happiness, responsible for other people's emotions, responsible for fixing problems that were never yours to solve, responsible for carrying burdens that belong to someone else. Little by little, life becomes heavier, not because you are weak, but because you were carrying the weight of multiple lives while pretending it felt normal. The Stoics understood something important about responsibility. They believed that each person has a duty to act with wisdom, integrity, and compassion. But they also understood that every human being is responsible for their own thoughts, choices, and actions. Many people confuse caring with carrying. These are not the same thing. You can care deeply about someone without carrying their entire emotional world. You can love someone without becoming responsible for every outcome in their life. You can support people without sacrificing your own peace. Yet many responsible people never learn this distinction. They become emotional shock absorbers for everyone around them. When someone is upset, they rush to fix it. When someone is struggling, they immediately take on the burden. When conflict appears, they feel obligated to solve it. Their nervous system never truly rests because it is constantly monitoring everyone else's well-being. The result is invisible exhaustion. This exhaustion often appears in unexpected ways. It appears as chronic worry. It appears as difficulty relaxing. It appears as guilt whenever you choose yourself. It appears as feeling tired even after sleeping. It appears as a constant sense that something still needs your attention. Many responsible people do not know how to sit peacefully because they have trained themselves to stay mentally on duty. Even during moments of rest, their minds continue working, thinking, planning, preparing, anticipating, protecting. The body may be lying in bed, but the mind is still carrying the world. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that each person must carry their own character, not their neighbor's character, not their friend's character, not their family's character, their own. This simple idea contains enormous freedom. Because one of the greatest sources of mental damage is trying to control things that do not belong to you, trying to manage other people's reactions, trying to prevent every disappointment, trying to rescue everyone from discomfort, trying to ensure that nothing ever goes wrong. This creates a life filled with anxiety because the task itself is impossible. No human being can carry the entire world. And yet many responsible people spend years attempting exactly that. The tragedy is that while they are busy taking care of everyone else, they often forget to take care of themselves. They become experts at offering compassion to others while withholding it from themselves. They understand everyone else's struggles, but ignore their own. They allow others to rest while believing they must keep going. Eventually, exhaustion becomes their normal state. The Stoics would gently challenge this way of living. They would ask a simple question: what happens when the person carrying everyone else finally collapses? Who benefits from that? True wisdom is not endless sacrifice. True wisdom is sustainable strength. The kind of strength that knows when to act and when to let go. The kind of strength that helps others without becoming trapped by their struggles. The kind of strength that understands the difference between responsibility and ownership. As you continue resting tonight, consider the possibility that not everything belongs on your shoulders. Some problems belong to life itself. Some lessons belong to other people. Some outcomes were never yours to control. And perhaps one of the most healing things you can do is quietly return those burdens to where they belong, not because you no longer care, but because you finally understand that caring does not require carrying everything. Sometimes the deepest form of healing begins when the responsible one finally gives themselves permission to put the weight down. And once the responsible one begins to put the weight down, something strange may happen. The mind may still remain tense. The body may still prepare for trouble. The heart may still expect disappointment, even when nothing is happening. This is where many people become confused. They ask themselves, why am I still reacting like this when the danger is already gone? But old wounds do not disappear simply because time has passed. Sometimes the event ends, but the mind keeps living as if it might happen again. There are pains you no longer talk about, yet they still answer for you. A certain tone of voice can make your chest tighten. A small delay in someone's reply can make your thoughts run ahead. A quiet room can suddenly feel heavy. A harmless disagreement can awaken a fear that feels much older than the moment itself. And before you even understand what is happening, your mind has already returned to a place your body remembers too well. This is one of the hidden ways mental damage survives. It does not always return as clear memory. Sometimes it returns as reaction. You may not think about the exact person who hurt you, but you may still flinch when someone acts like them. You may not remember every detail of a painful season, but your nervous system may still recognize anything that feels similar. It is like an old alarm inside you that never learned the fire was put out. The Stoics understood that the mind often suffers not only from events, but from impressions. An impression is the first meaning your mind gives to something before wisdom has time to speak. Someone looks at you strangely, and the mind says, "They dislike me." Someone is quiet, and the mind says, "I have done something wrong." Something changes suddenly, and the mind says, "Something bad is coming." The impression arrives quickly, almost like a messenger running through the door before checking whether the message is true. Epictetus taught that we are not disturbed by things themselves, but by the judgments we place upon them. This does not mean pain is fake. It means the mind can keep adding old fear to new moments. A person may be safe today, yet still interpret life through yesterday's wounds. They may meet kind people, but expect betrayal. They may receive peace, but wait for it to be taken away. They may be loved, but still search for proof that rejection is coming. And this is why healing requires more than time. Time can move you away from the event, but it does not always teach the mind a new response. You can leave the place, stop speaking to the person, grow older, become wiser, and still carry the same inner reaction. Because the mind does not ask, "Is this the same situation?" It often asks, "Does this feel familiar?" And if it feels familiar, the old defense rises. This is why some people over-explain themselves. They are not trying to be difficult. Somewhere in their past, being misunderstood may have cost them peace. This is why some people apologize too quickly. They may have learned that conflict was dangerous, so they try to end it before it grows. This is why some people struggle to trust calm moments. They may have lived through seasons where calm was only the silence before pain returned. A wound that no longer exists can still shape behavior, because the mind is trying to protect you from repeating suffering. The problem is that protection can become a prison. What once helped you survive may now stop you from resting. The habit that guarded you in a painful season may now keep you tense in a peaceful one. You may be safe, but still living under the rules of an old battlefield. The Stoic path begins by noticing the reaction without becoming ashamed of it. Shame only adds another wound on top of the first one. When your mind reacts strongly to something small, do not immediately call yourself weak, dramatic, broken, or difficult. Pause gently and ask, what old pain is this moment touching? That one question creates space. It separates the present from the past. It allows wisdom to stand between the trigger and the response. This is powerful because most people live as if every emotional reaction is a command. Fear says, run, so they run. Anger says, defend yourself, so they attack. Anxiety says, control everything, so they exhaust themselves trying. But Stoicism teaches that a feeling can be real without being your ruler. A thought can be loud without being true. A memory can hurt without deciding your next action. When you begin to observe your inner reactions, you discover that many of them are old protectors. They are parts of you that learned to stay alert because they did not want you to be wounded again. They are not enemies. They are tired guards standing at the gate long after the war has ended. You do not heal by hating them. You heal by teaching them that the present moment is not the same as the past. This is where sleep becomes more than rest. In the quiet of the night, when the body softens and the mind no longer has to perform, you can gently remind yourself, that was then. This is now. Not as a forced statement, but as a slow return to reality. The past happened, but it is not happening in this moment. The old voice spoke, but it does not have to lead you anymore. The wound existed, but it does not have to keep choosing your future. Little by little, your mind learns a new pattern. A quiet message does not have to mean abandonment. A mistake does not have to mean disaster. A disagreement does not have to mean rejection. A change does not have to mean danger. A memory does not have to become a sentence. And perhaps this is one of the deepest forms of freedom, realizing that your reactions may have a history, but they do not have to have authority. You can honor what you survived without continuing to live inside it. You can understand why your mind became so protective without letting protection steal your peace. You can thank the old alarm for trying to keep you safe. Then gently tell it that tonight there is nothing left to fight. So as you rest now, let this truth settle softly inside you. Not every fear belongs to the present. Not every reaction is a prophecy. Not every emotional storm means danger has returned. Sometimes it is only an old wound asking for reassurance. And tonight, instead of obeying the wound, you can comfort it. You can breathe through it. You can let it know that the danger has passed, the moment has changed, and you are allowed to be at peace. As you begin to understand that many of your reactions come from wounds that no longer belong to the present, another deeper layer begins to reveal itself. Sometimes the mind is not simply reacting to old pain. Sometimes it has spent years building walls against pain. Walls so strong, so automatic and so constant that you no longer notice they are there. What once began as protection slowly becomes a way of life, and without realizing it, you spend years guarding yourself against dangers that may never come. There is a kind of exhaustion that sleep alone cannot fix. It comes from always being emotionally prepared, always watching, always anticipating, always protecting. It is the fatigue that develops when the heart never fully relaxes, because part of you is constantly scanning for signs of disappointment, rejection, betrayal, embarrassment, or loss. Many people do not even realize they are doing this. They think they are simply being careful. They think they are being realistic. They think they are protecting themselves from getting hurt again. But beneath these explanations is often a nervous system that has forgotten how to feel safe. Perhaps at some point in your life, trust was broken unexpectedly. Perhaps someone you depended on let you down. Perhaps kindness was followed by pain. Perhaps vulnerability was met with rejection. The mind learned an important lesson from those experiences. Never let your guard down. At first, this lesson feels helpful. You become more cautious, more observant, more prepared. You avoid situations that might hurt you. You become skilled at reading people. You learn how to protect yourself from disappointment. And for a while this feels like wisdom. But over time, something changes. The protection never turns off. The guard never goes home. The watchtower remains occupied day and night. Eventually, the very system designed to protect your peace begins stealing it. The Stoics understood that fear often disguises itself as wisdom. A person may believe they are making careful decisions when they are actually being controlled by old anxieties. They may believe they are protecting themselves when they are really imprisoning themselves. This happens because emotional self-protection often operates quietly. It appears when you hesitate to trust good people. It appears when you keep your deepest feelings hidden. It appears when you expect disappointment before happiness has a chance to arrive. It appears when you hold part of yourself back, even in moments that deserve openness. You tell yourself you are being smart, but the heart feels increasingly lonely. One of the greatest costs of constant self-protection is that it prevents full participation in life. You cannot fully enjoy what you are constantly preparing to lose. You cannot fully love what you are afraid to trust. You cannot fully relax while expecting something to go wrong. Part of your energy remains trapped in preparation mode. And preparation mode is exhausting. Imagine carrying an umbrella every day because it rained once years ago. At first, that seems reasonable. But eventually you are carrying extra weight through every sunny day. The rain may be gone. The storm may be over. Yet you continue living as though dark clouds are always approaching. Many people live this way emotionally. They prepare for criticism before anyone criticizes them. They prepare for rejection before anyone rejects them. They prepare for abandonment before anyone leaves. They prepare for failure before anything has even begun. The mind believes it is preventing pain. In reality, it is creating constant tension. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that most suffering comes not from reality itself, but from the fears we add to reality. This does not mean danger never exists. It means that living in anticipation of danger creates its own form of suffering. A person who constantly protects themselves never gets to experience the deep rest that comes from trust. Not blind trust, not reckless trust, but trust in their ability to handle whatever life brings. This is an important distinction. Many people think peace comes from guaranteeing that nothing painful will happen. The Stoics knew this was impossible. Pain will come, disappointment will come, loss will come. Life cannot promise otherwise. But peace becomes possible when you stop believing that you must constantly guard against every future possibility. True strength is not endless vigilance. True strength is knowing that you can survive what comes without sacrificing today's peace. This changes everything. Because once you trust your own resilience, you no longer need to spend every moment preparing for disaster. You stop carrying emotional armor into every conversation. You stop searching for hidden threats in every situation. You stop expecting every good thing to disappear. You stop treating every uncertainty like a warning sign. The mind becomes lighter. The body becomes softer. The heart becomes more available to life. This does not happen overnight. A person who has spent years protecting themselves cannot suddenly abandon every defense. The walls were built for a reason. They were attempts to survive. They deserve understanding, not judgment. The Stoics were never interested in forcing transformation. They understood that lasting change comes through awareness. First, you notice the armor. Then you notice how heavy it has become. Then you begin questioning whether every piece is still necessary. Slowly, the mind learns that not every stranger is a threat. Not every silence is rejection. Not every mistake is catastrophe. Not every ending is devastation. And not every moment requires defense. This realization creates an incredible form of freedom. For perhaps the first time in years, you stop living with clenched emotional fists. You stop holding your breath. You stop preparing for battles that are not taking place. You stop exhausting yourself trying to predict every possible outcome, and in that space, something beautiful begins to emerge. Peace. Not because life suddenly became perfect, not because uncertainty disappeared, but because you finally stopped standing guard over every moment of your existence. As you continue resting tonight, allow yourself to consider a simple possibility. What if you are safer than your mind believes? What if some of the defenses you still carry belong to a chapter that has already ended? What if the constant protection that once helped you survive is no longer helping you live? You do not need to tear down every wall tonight. You do not need to force yourself to trust everything immediately. You only need to loosen your grip a little, to let your shoulders soften, to let your mind rest, to allow yourself one small moment without defense. And perhaps, in that moment, you will discover something your heart has been waiting years to learn. Peace does not arrive when you successfully guard yourself from every possible wound. Peace arrives when you finally realize you do not need to spend your entire life preparing for one. As you begin to loosen the armor you have carried for so many years, another question quietly emerges. If you are no longer defined by your fears, your defenses, or your wounds, then who are you? This question can feel surprisingly uncomfortable because many people have spent so much time carrying pain that they no longer know where the pain ends and where they begin. And this leads us to one of the deepest forms of mental suffering, building an identity around what hurt you. There is a difference between experiencing suffering and becoming identified with it. One is something that happened. The other becomes the story through which you see yourself. At first, this identity forms without your awareness. You survive difficult experiences, you endure heartbreak, you face rejection, you carry disappointments, and naturally, these events leave an impression on your mind. But over time, something subtle can happen. The pain stops being something you went through. It becomes who you believe you are. You stop saying, "I experienced loss." Instead, you begin feeling like, "I am a damaged person." You stop saying, "I went through difficult times." Instead, you begin believing, "My life is defined by suffering." The wound slowly becomes part of your identity. This is dangerous because the human mind naturally protects whatever it believes is part of itself. Even painful identities can become strangely comfortable because they feel familiar. The suffering may hurt, but it is known, and what is known often feels safer than what is unknown. Many people carry stories about themselves that were created years ago. I am the one who always gets hurt. I am the one who never gets chosen. I am the one who struggles. I am the one who carries everything. I am the one life forgot. These stories become internal labels. And once a label becomes part of your identity, your mind begins searching for evidence to support it. If something good happens, you dismiss it. If someone loves you, you doubt it. If life improves, you wait for it to disappear. Because deep down, the old identity still says, "This cannot be true. This is not who I am." The Stoics understood that much of human suffering comes from mistaken beliefs. Not only beliefs about the world, but beliefs about ourselves. They knew that the mind often creates unnecessary suffering by attaching itself to labels, roles, and stories. Marcus Aurelius constantly reminded himself that he was not his emotions, not his circumstances, and not the opinions of others. He understood that identity must be rooted in character, not in pain. This is important because pain changes, circumstances change, experiences change. But when you build your identity around suffering, you become emotionally attached to something that was never meant to stay forever. A strange thing happens when suffering becomes part of identity. Healing starts to feel threatening. Most people never talk about this. Part of them wants freedom. Part of them wants peace. Part of them wants to move forward. But another part quietly asks, who will I be if I let this go? If you have spent years defining yourself by struggle, what happens when the struggle ends? If you have spent years seeing yourself as broken, what happens when healing begins? The mind can become confused, because healing requires releasing not only the pain itself, but also the identity built around the pain. This is why some people unconsciously return to old emotional patterns, not because they enjoy suffering, but because suffering has become familiar. It has become part of the way they understand themselves. The Stoics would gently invite us to examine this, not with judgment, not with criticism, but with honesty. They would ask, what story are you still carrying about yourself? And perhaps even more importantly, is that story still true? Many of the identities people carry were created during moments of weakness, fear, grief, or confusion. They were never meant to become permanent descriptions. A child who felt abandoned may grow into an adult who believes they are unlovable. A person who experienced failure may spend decades believing they are incapable. Someone who was repeatedly criticized may carry the belief that they are never enough. Yet these are not truths. They are conclusions, and conclusions can be questioned. One of the most liberating moments in life occurs when you realize that you are more than what happened to you. You are more than your worst day, more than your biggest mistake, more than your deepest wound, more than your hardest season. The event happened. The suffering was real. The pain mattered. But it is not your entire identity. A storm may pass through a landscape, but the landscape is not the storm. In the same way, pain may pass through your life, but you are not the pain. You are the awareness that survived it. You are the strength that endured it. You are the wisdom that grew through it. The Stoics often focused on the idea of inner character because character remains even when circumstances change. Pain can come and go. Success can come and go. Relationships can come and go. But qualities such as courage, patience, integrity, kindness, and wisdom remain available. These qualities are far stronger foundations for identity than suffering. As you rest tonight, consider how much energy has been spent protecting an old version of yourself. The wounded version, the fearful version, the struggling version, the exhausted version. Perhaps that version needed compassion. Perhaps it needed understanding. Perhaps it helped you survive. But survival is not the same as identity. You are not required to remain who you were during your hardest chapter. You are allowed to outgrow old stories. You are allowed to release labels that no longer serve you. You are allowed to become unfamiliar to the pain that once defined you. And maybe that is one of the most beautiful forms of healing. Not becoming someone entirely new, but finally remembering who you were before suffering convinced you that it was your entire identity. So let the old labels grow lighter tonight. Let the old stories loosen their grip. Let the pain become something you experienced rather than something you are. Because beneath every wound, beneath every difficult chapter, beneath every painful memory, there is still a self untouched by all of it. A self that was never broken, a self that was never lost, a self quietly waiting for you to come home. As you begin letting go of the identities that were built around pain, another hidden pattern often reveals itself. Many of the beliefs we carry about life were not formed yesterday. They were formed long ago, during moments when our minds were still learning how the world worked. And sometimes, one of the deepest lessons a child learns is not hope, trust, or security. Sometimes the lesson becomes disappointment. A child does not enter the world expecting loss. A child naturally expects comfort, connection, safety, consistency, love. But when these needs are repeatedly interrupted, something begins to change deep within the nervous system. The child may not have the words to explain it. They may not even fully understand what is happening, yet their mind quietly begins collecting evidence. Promises are broken, people leave, affection disappears, attention becomes unpredictable, support arrives only sometimes, and little by little the nervous system starts creating a rule. Do not expect too much. At first, this seems protective. If you expect disappointment, then disappointment cannot surprise you. If you expect loss, then loss cannot shock you. If you expect things to go wrong, then you will always be prepared. Or so the mind believes, but this protection comes with a hidden cost. The child grows into an adult who struggles to trust good things, not because they are negative, not because they are pessimistic, but because their nervous system learned that hope often leads to pain. This lesson can become so deeply embedded that people no longer recognize it. They expect relationships to fail. They expect opportunities to disappear. They expect happiness to be temporary. They expect life to eventually take away whatever it gives. Even when things are going well, part of their mind remains on alert, waiting, preparing, anticipating, not enjoying the present because it is busy bracing for the future. The Stoics understood something profound about expectation. They knew that much suffering comes not from reality itself, but from the fears and assumptions we attach to reality. Yet they also understood that many assumptions operate beneath conscious awareness. A person may sincerely want happiness while unconsciously expecting disappointment. A person may desire love while secretly preparing for abandonment. A person may pursue success while already imagining failure. These expectations influence how we experience life, not because they predict the future, but because they shape how we interpret the present. When someone grows up expecting disappointment, they often become experts at spotting potential problems. Their attention naturally moves toward what could go wrong. Their mind constantly searches for warning signs. They become highly sensitive to changes in mood, tone, behavior, and circumstance. This sensitivity is not a flaw. It is an adaptation. It was created by a nervous system trying to stay safe. The problem is that what once protected you can eventually limit you, because life becomes exhausting when every good moment is followed by silent preparation for loss. A compliment arrives. Part of the mind says, they probably do not mean it. A relationship grows closer. Part of the mind says, eventually they will leave. A new opportunity appears. Part of the mind says, do not get excited. It probably will not work out. Notice what is happening. The disappointment has not occurred, yet the mind is already experiencing it. The future pain is being rehearsed before it even exists. This is one reason why people with childhood disappointment wounds often struggle to fully experience joy. Joy requires openness, presence, trust, the willingness to receive something good without immediately preparing for its disappearance. But when the nervous system expects loss, receiving becomes difficult. The Stoics never taught blind optimism. They never suggested pretending life would always be easy. What they taught was something much wiser. They taught that peace comes from meeting reality as it is, rather than constantly living inside imagined futures. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself to remain in the present moment because the mind creates countless unnecessary sufferings when it runs ahead of reality. The disappointment-sensitive mind does exactly this. It keeps projecting itself into futures that have not happened. It keeps preparing for endings before beginnings have even fully unfolded. And in doing so, It misses much of the life that is actually taking place. One of the most healing realizations is understanding that your nervous system is not predicting the future. It is remembering the past. This changes everything, because when disappointment feels inevitable, it is often not wisdom speaking. It is memory speaking. It is an old survival strategy whispering that what happened before will happen again. But the present is not obligated to repeat the past. New people are not old people. New opportunities are not old opportunities. New chapters are not old chapters. The Stoics understood that every moment deserves to be seen clearly rather than through the lens of old fears. This requires courage, because expecting disappointment often feels safer than allowing hope. Hope creates vulnerability. Hope requires trust. Hope opens the heart, and a heart that has been hurt before naturally hesitates. Yet true healing does not come from eliminating hope. It comes from learning that you can survive disappointment without allowing it to define your entire relationship with life. You no longer need to protect yourself by expecting the worst. You no longer need to dim every joy before it has a chance to grow. You no longer need to stand at the door of every blessing waiting for it to leave. As you rest tonight, gently notice where you may still be anticipating loss. Notice where your mind automatically prepares for disappointment. Notice where old fears quietly shape your expectations. Do not judge yourself for it. These habits were learned long ago. They were attempts to create safety in an uncertain world, but they are not permanent, and they are not destiny. Tonight, allow yourself to consider a different possibility. What if this moment is allowed to be good without conditions? What if not every happiness is temporary? What if not every connection ends in pain? What if not every hope leads to disappointment? You do not need absolute certainty to experience peace. You only need the willingness to stop treating every beautiful moment as the beginning of a loss. Because one of the greatest freedoms in life is learning to receive what is here without constantly grieving what has not yet gone. And perhaps tonight, for the first time in a long time, your nervous system can begin learning a new lesson. Not every story ends in disappointment. Not every door closes. Not every good thing disappears. Sometimes life stays. Sometimes love stays. Sometimes peace stays. And sometimes the future becomes kinder than the past ever taught you to expect. As the mind begins to recognize how early disappointment shaped its expectations, another hidden source of suffering quietly comes into view. Some wounds were created by painful events. Some were caused by harsh words, rejection, or loss. But there is another kind of wound that is often harder to see because it was not created by something that happened. It was created by something that never happened at all. Some of the deepest scars in a person's life come from what was missing: the comfort that never arrived, the affection that was never expressed, the encouragement that was never given, the protection that never appeared, the understanding that was never offered. These absences rarely leave visible marks, yet they can shape an entire lifetime. This is the hidden pain of emotional neglect. Unlike obvious forms of suffering, emotional neglect can be difficult to recognize. A person may look back on their childhood and say, "Nothing terrible happened to me." They may remember having food, clothing, a place to sleep, and basic needs being met. Yet somewhere deep inside, there remains a feeling that something important was missing. A child does not only need physical care. A child needs emotional connection. They need to feel seen. They need to feel heard. They need to feel valued. They need to know that their feelings matter. When these needs are consistently unmet, the child often learns a painful lesson without realizing it. My emotions are not important. My needs are a burden. I should handle everything by myself. Nobody is coming. These lessons become deeply rooted beliefs that quietly shape adulthood. The tragedy of emotional neglect is that the wound often remains invisible even to the person carrying it. A child who is criticized knows they were criticized. A child who is abandoned knows they were abandoned. But a child who simply never receives emotional attunement often struggles to identify what happened. They only know that something feels empty, something feels disconnected, something feels unfinished. The Stoics often emphasized the importance of understanding the causes of our inner struggles. They believed wisdom begins when we stop judging ourselves and start understanding ourselves. Many adults spend years criticizing themselves for behaviors that were actually responses to emotional neglect. They criticize themselves for struggling to ask for help, for feeling disconnected, for suppressing emotions, for feeling uncomfortable with vulnerability, for constantly handling everything alone. Yet these behaviors often began as adaptations. If emotional support was unavailable, self-reliance became necessary. If feelings were ignored, hiding feelings became logical. If needs were dismissed, minimizing needs became a survival strategy. The child learned how to survive the environment. The problem is that survival strategies often continue long after the environment has changed. The emotionally neglected child often grows into an adult who appears remarkably independent. They rarely ask for help. They solve their own problems. They carry their burdens quietly. Others may even admire their strength, but beneath that strength is often profound loneliness. Because human beings were never designed to carry life entirely alone, one of the most painful effects of emotional neglect is emotional self-abandonment. This occurs when a person treats their own feelings the same way others once treated them. They dismiss their pain, ignore their needs, minimize their struggles, judge their emotions. They become the very person who neglects them. Without realizing it, the pattern continues. The outside neglect may have ended years ago. The inner neglect remains active. Marcus Aurelius frequently reminded himself to examine his inner world honestly. He understood that healing requires awareness. You cannot care for a wound you refuse to acknowledge. Many people spend decades trying to earn externally what they never received internally. They chase approval, achievement, recognition, validation, success. Not because these things are bad, but because part of them hopes these accomplishments will finally fill the emptiness. Yet, emotional neglect creates a need that external achievements cannot fully satisfy. The need is not for more success. The need is for emotional nourishment, for acceptance, for compassion, for connection, for the experience of feeling emotionally safe. This is why someone can appear successful on the outside while still feeling empty inside. The missing piece is not achievement. The missing piece is emotional fulfillment. The Stoics understood that true well-being comes from inner harmony rather than external accomplishments. They knew that peace begins when we stop searching outside ourselves for what must first be cultivated within. Healing emotional neglect often starts with a simple realization. Your feelings matter. This sounds obvious, yet for many people, it feels revolutionary. If you spent years believing your emotions were inconvenient, acknowledging them can feel uncomfortable. If you learned that vulnerability was weakness, self-compassion can feel unnatural. If you learned that nobody would help you, receiving support can feel frightening. But healing requires learning new lessons. Lessons that perhaps nobody taught you when you were younger. Your needs matter. Your feelings matter. Your struggles matter. Your inner world deserves attention. These truths are not selfish. They are healthy. They are necessary. As you rest tonight, consider the possibility that some of your exhaustion comes not from what happened to you, but from what you went without. Perhaps part of you is still waiting for the understanding you never received, the comfort you never felt, the reassurance you never heard, the safety you never experienced. And perhaps tonight, instead of continuing to ignore those needs, you can begin offering yourself what was missing. Not perfectly, not all at once, but gently, patiently, compassionately, because one of the most powerful forms of healing is becoming the source of care that you once needed. Not to erase the past, not to pretend the absence did not hurt, but to stop allowing that absence to define the future. The wounds of emotional neglect may be invisible, but they are real, and like all wounds, they begin healing the moment they are finally seen. So allow yourself to be seen tonight. Allow yourself to matter. Allow yourself to acknowledge the needs that have waited quietly for years, because sometimes the deepest healing does not come from adding something new to your life. Sometimes it comes from finally giving yourself what should have been there all along. As you begin acknowledging the needs that were never fully met, another source of hidden exhaustion often reveals itself. Some burdens come from painful experiences. Some come from emotional neglect. But some of the heaviest burdens come from conversations that never truly ended, words that were never spoken, questions that were never answered, feelings that were never expressed, moments that reached no real conclusion. And even years later, the mind continues returning to them, searching for an ending it never received. There is something deeply unsettling about unfinished emotional experiences. The human mind naturally seeks resolution. It wants understanding. It wants clarity. It wants closure. When an important emotional chapter ends abruptly, the mind often refuses to let it go completely. Instead, it keeps revisiting it, again and again. Not because it enjoys suffering, but because it is still searching for completion. This is why certain memories seem to stay alive long after they should have faded. A conversation you wish had gone differently, a relationship that ended without explanation, an apology that was never received, words you wish you had spoken, words you wish someone else had spoken. The mind keeps reopening these files, hoping that somehow the ending will change, yet each revisit consumes energy. Mental energy, emotional energy, psychological energy. And often this process continues for years. Many people assume that memories remain painful because the event itself was severe. Sometimes that is true, but often the pain remains because the mind never found resolution. The chapter feels incomplete. Part of you is still standing in that moment, still waiting, still hoping, still trying to understand. The Stoics understood that much of human suffering comes from resisting reality as it actually unfolded. Not because reality was pleasant, not because it was fair, but because refusing to accept what happened keeps the mind trapped between the past and the present. An unfinished emotional conversation creates exactly this condition. Part of your life continues moving forward. Another part remains emotionally attached to an old moment. You may be physically here, but emotionally, part of you is still there, still arguing, still explaining, still defending yourself, still seeking answers, still waiting for understanding. One of the most common forms of unfinished emotional conversation occurs after loss. Not only the loss of people, the loss of opportunities, dreams, identities, relationships, versions of yourself. Many people spend years mentally talking to people who are no longer present, explaining things, defending themselves, seeking validation, hoping for acknowledgement. The conversation never truly ends because the desired response never arrives. And yet the mind continues spending energy trying to obtain it. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that reality owes us nothing beyond what it already is. This sounds harsh at first, but it contains tremendous freedom, because much emotional suffering comes from demanding that the past provide something it can no longer give: an explanation, an apology, a different outcome, a different ending. The past remains silent, yet the mind keeps asking the same questions. Imagine carrying a book with one unfinished chapter everywhere you go. No matter how many new chapters life offers, your attention keeps returning to the unfinished one. You reread it repeatedly, searching for hidden meanings, looking for clues, trying to solve it. Eventually, the unfinished chapter begins stealing attention from the rest of the story. This is what unresolved memories often do. They occupy mental space that could otherwise be used for living. The tragedy is that many people mistake mental replay for healing. They believe that if they think about it enough, they will finally find peace. But excessive replay rarely creates resolution. Most of the time, it only strengthens the emotional attachment. The mind becomes trapped in a loop. The same questions, the same scenarios, the same imagined conversations, the same attempts to rewrite what cannot be rewritten. The Stoics taught that wisdom begins when we distinguish between what is available to us and what is not. The past is not available, the present is. What someone should have said is not available. What you choose to believe now is. What should have happened is not available. What is happening right now is. This shift does not erase pain. It simply redirects attention toward what can actually be transformed. One reason unfinished emotional conversations are so exhausting is because they create constant background activity in the mind. Even when you are not consciously thinking about them, they remain active beneath the surface. Like applications running in the background of a computer, they consume resources, they drain energy, they reduce emotional capacity. You may not even realize how much energy is being spent maintaining old emotional attachments. Then one day, when genuine acceptance begins, something remarkable happens. You feel lighter, not because the memory disappeared, not because the event suddenly became acceptable, but because the constant internal struggle finally stops. Acceptance does not mean approving of what happened. It means ending the argument with reality. This is one of the most misunderstood ideas in Stoicism. Acceptance is not surrender. It is clarity. It is recognizing that fighting the past does not change the past. It only extends its influence. As you rest tonight, consider what unfinished conversations your mind still carries. Not necessarily conversations spoken aloud. The conversations inside, the arguments, the explanations, the questions, the demands for closure, the hopes for different endings. Notice how much energy they require. Notice how often they pull your attention away from the life that exists now. Then gently ask yourself a simple question. What if this chapter does not need another answer? What if it does not need another replay? What if it does not need another attempt to fix it? What if it simply needs permission to be finished? Not because every question was answered, not because every wound was healed, not because justice was perfectly served, but because your peace matters more than continuing the struggle. The Stoics believed that freedom begins when we stop trying to change what cannot be changed. And perhaps one of the greatest acts of freedom is allowing an unfinished conversation to remain unfinished, allowing a question to remain unanswered, allowing a chapter to remain exactly as it ended, not because it was the ending you wanted, but because it was the ending that happened. Tonight you do not have to solve every memory. You do not have to find every answer. You do not have to complete every emotional sentence. You can simply put the book down for a while. You can let the silence remain silent. You can let the past stop asking for your energy. And in that quiet space, something beautiful begins to emerge. Not closure, something even deeper. Peace without closure, peace without certainty, peace without needing one more conversation. And sometimes, that peace is the resolution the mind has been searching for all along. As you begin releasing unfinished emotional conversations, you may expect peace to arrive immediately. You may assume that once the old burdens become lighter, calm will naturally feel comfortable. But for many people, something surprising happens instead. The moment life becomes quiet, they become restless. The moment stability arrives, they become uneasy. The moment peace appears, part of them starts looking for problems. And this reveals another hidden wound that many people carry without realizing it: an addiction to emotional chaos. This does not mean people enjoy suffering. It does not mean they consciously seek pain. It means that after years of instability, chaos begins to feel familiar. And what is familiar often feels safer than what is peaceful. The human nervous system adapts to whatever environment it experiences repeatedly. If you spend years living around tension, conflict, unpredictability, criticism, emotional ups and downs, or constant stress, your mind eventually begins treating those experiences as normal. Your system learns to expect intensity. It learns to expect problems. It learns to expect emotional turbulence. And when those things are absent, something feels strange. Almost empty. Almost uncomfortable. Many people mistake this feeling for boredom, but it is often something much deeper. It is unfamiliarity with peace. Imagine someone who has lived beside a loud highway for 20 years. At first, the noise is overwhelming. Eventually, they stop noticing it. The sound becomes part of everyday life. Then, one day, they move to a quiet countryside home. Suddenly, the silence feels unsettling. They struggle to sleep. They feel uncomfortable. The peace feels wrong. Not because peace is bad, but because their nervous system has become accustomed to noise. The same thing happens emotionally. A person who grew up around instability may unconsciously associate emotional intensity with normal life. Calm relationships feel suspicious. Peaceful days feel strange. Consistency feels unfamiliar. They find themselves waiting for something to go wrong, not because they want it to, but because their nervous system has learned to expect it. The Stoics understood that human beings become attached not only to pleasures, but also to patterns. Even unhealthy patterns can become deeply familiar. A person may complain about emotional chaos while unconsciously recreating it because chaos feels known. This explains why some people repeatedly find themselves in dramatic relationships, why they are drawn to emotionally unavailable people, why they feel uncomfortable when life becomes simple, why they create problems during peaceful seasons. It is not always self-sabotage. Often it is conditioning. The nervous system is trying to return to what it recognizes. Marcus Aurelius frequently wrote about the importance of observing the mind carefully. He understood that many of our actions occur automatically. We repeat old habits without questioning them. We follow familiar emotional roads without realizing where they lead. One of the most important questions you can ask yourself is this: what if peace feels uncomfortable simply because it is unfamiliar? Many people assume that discomfort means something is wrong. The Stoics would challenge that assumption. Sometimes discomfort means you are growing. Sometimes discomfort means you are leaving old patterns behind. Sometimes discomfort means your nervous system is adjusting to something healthier. A person who has spent years living in emotional storms may initially find calm almost unnerving. There are no emergencies to solve, no conflicts to manage, no emotional fires to extinguish. No constant stimulation, just quiet, just stillness, just presence. And for someone accustomed to chaos, this can feel deeply unfamiliar. One of the hidden dangers of emotional chaos is that it creates artificial feelings of aliveness. The dramatic highs feel exciting, the intense lows feel consuming. The constant unpredictability creates adrenaline. Life feels intense. Yet intensity is not the same as fulfillment. Intensity is not the same as connection. Intensity is not the same as peace. Many people spend years confusing emotional stimulation with genuine meaning. The Stoics sought something very different. They sought tranquility, not because they lacked passion, not because they lacked ambition, but because they understood that a calm mind sees reality more clearly. A stormy sea distorts everything reflected in it. A still lake reflects accurately. The same is true of the mind. When chaos becomes normal, clear thinking becomes difficult. Every situation feels urgent. Every problem feels enormous. Every emotion feels overwhelming. The nervous system remains trapped in survival mode. And survival mode is exhausting. It consumes energy that could be used for joy, for creativity, for connection, for gratitude, for simply being alive. One of the most healing realizations occurs when you stop viewing peace as emptiness. Many people secretly fear calm because they mistake it for a lack of meaning. Yet peace is not emptiness. Peace is space. Space to breathe. Space to think. Space to experience life without constantly defending yourself against it. The Stoics understood that inner peace is not the absence of life. It is the absence of unnecessary inner conflict. As you rest tonight, notice whether part of you still expects chaos. Notice whether your mind automatically searches for problems when things are going well. Notice whether stability feels unfamiliar. If it does, do not judge yourself. This is simply evidence of adaptation. Your nervous system learned certain lessons. It learned them honestly. It learned them through experience. But those lessons are not permanent. You can teach your mind something new. You can teach it that peace is safe, that calm does not need to be feared, that stillness is not a warning sign, that stability is not a trap, that a quiet day does not mean something bad is about to happen. You do not need constant emotional intensity to feel alive. You do not need chaos to feel important. You do not need instability to feel connected. Little by little, your system can learn a new rhythm, a slower rhythm, a gentler rhythm, a healthier rhythm, and perhaps one of the greatest gifts you can give yourself is learning to feel at home in peace. Not because life will never challenge you again, not because difficulty will disappear, but because your mind no longer needs chaos to recognize itself. Tonight, let the silence be enough. Let the stillness be enough. Let the calm be enough. And as your body relaxes and your thoughts begin to settle, allow yourself to experience something that may have felt unfamiliar for a very long time. The quiet safety of a mind that no longer needs a storm in order to feel alive. As you begin recognizing how years of instability can make chaos feel normal, another deeper truth starts to emerge. Before a person can truly rest, before they can fully trust life, before they can experience deep inner peace, there must first be a feeling of safety. And when that feeling is missing for long enough, the effects reach far beyond emotions. They begin reshaping the entire way the mind sees the world. There is a kind of damage that happens quietly. No dramatic event. No single moment you can point to. Just years of feeling uncertain. Years of not knowing what might happen next. Years of waiting for the ground beneath you to shift. Years of feeling like security is always temporary. Over time, the nervous system adapts. It stops expecting safety. It starts expecting threats. And eventually, vigilance becomes a way of life. Many people do not realize how much of their mental exhaustion comes from never feeling truly safe. Not physically unsafe, emotionally unsafe, psychologically unsafe, relationally unsafe. A child who never knows what mood a parent will be in learns to stay alert. A person who repeatedly experiences betrayal learns to stay guarded. Someone who lives through constant criticism learns to monitor everything they say and do. Someone who experiences repeated instability learns that peace can disappear at any moment. The mind responds by becoming hyper-aware, hyper-vigilant, constantly scanning, constantly assessing, constantly preparing. The problem is that this state requires enormous energy. Imagine trying to sleep while believing someone might break into your home at any moment. Even if nobody ever arrives, your body remains tense. Your breathing stays shallow. Your muscles never fully relax. Your mind remains active. This is how many people live emotionally. There is no immediate danger, yet the nervous system behaves as though danger is nearby. The Stoics understood that the mind becomes disturbed when it continuously perceives threats. But they also understood that many threats exist only within perception. The challenge is not merely removing danger from life. The challenge is teaching the mind to recognize when danger is no longer present. This becomes difficult when insecurity has existed for years, because chronic insecurity changes expectations. It teaches the mind that stability cannot be trusted, that happiness will not last, that people cannot be relied upon, that safety is temporary, that peace is fragile. And once these beliefs take root, they begin influencing everything. Relationships become difficult because trust feels risky. Opportunities become stressful because failure feels inevitable. Success becomes uncomfortable because loss feels certain. Even joyful moments become complicated because part of the mind is already preparing for their end. This is one of the cruelest effects of chronic insecurity. It steals experiences before they are gone. A person cannot fully enjoy the present because they are busy protecting themselves from the future. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that the present moment is all that truly exists. Yet insecurity constantly pulls the mind away from the present. It places attention on imagined dangers, future losses, possible failures, and potential disappointments. The result is a life lived partially in reality and partially in anticipation, and anticipation is exhausting. Many people who struggle with chronic insecurity become experts at preparation. They prepare for rejection, prepare for criticism, prepare for failure, prepare for abandonment, prepare for disappointment. Their minds become highly skilled at identifying possible problems. But there is a hidden cost. While they are busy preparing for what could go wrong, they often miss what is going right. They overlook kindness. They overlook safety. They overlook support. They overlook moments of genuine peace, because the mind has become conditioned to search for threats instead. The Stoics would gently encourage us to examine whether our fears are serving us or controlling us. This is not about pretending life is perfectly safe. Life contains uncertainty. It always will. No philosophy can eliminate uncertainty, but uncertainty is not the same as danger. Many people spend years treating uncertainty as though it were a threat. And because life is naturally uncertain, they remain tense almost all the time. True security does not come from eliminating uncertainty. It comes from developing confidence in your ability to handle uncertainty. This is a profound difference. The insecure mind says, "I need guarantees before I can relax." The Stoic mind says, "I can relax because I trust myself to face whatever comes." One approach depends on controlling life. The other depends on trusting your own resilience. And resilience is far more reliable, because life cannot promise perfect outcomes. It can only offer opportunities to respond wisely. As you continue resting tonight, consider how much energy has been spent trying to create perfect safety. How many hours have been spent worrying, preparing, anticipating, defending, protecting? How many moments of peace have been sacrificed in the pursuit of certainty? And how much of that effort actually brought lasting security? The truth is that no amount of vigilance can completely remove uncertainty from life, but it can remove peace from life. This is why the Stoics placed such importance on acceptance, not passive resignation, not giving up, but accepting reality as it is rather than demanding impossible guarantees. When you stop requiring certainty before allowing yourself to feel safe, something remarkable begins to happen. Your shoulders soften, your breathing deepens, your thoughts slow down. The world feels less threatening, not because the world changed, because your relationship with uncertainty changed. You begin realizing that safety is not always found in circumstances. Often it is found within your character, your wisdom, your adaptability, your ability to endure and recover. Tonight, you do not need to solve every uncertainty. You do not need to predict every outcome. You do not need to guarantee tomorrow. You only need to remember that this moment is not every moment. This night is not every night. This breath is happening now. And right now, in this moment, you are safe enough to rest. Safe enough to soften. Safe enough to stop standing guard for a while. Because one of the greatest forms of healing is teaching a nervous system that has spent years expecting danger that it no longer has to remain awake all the time. And perhaps tonight, for the first time in a very long while, your mind can begin learning that safety is not something you must endlessly chase. Sometimes it is something you allow yourself to finally feel. As you begin teaching your mind that safety is possible, another realization often follows. Many people discover that they have spent so long surviving that they no longer remember what genuine peace feels like. They know how to endure. They know how to push through difficulties. They know how to stay strong when life becomes hard. But resting, trusting, and simply being at ease can feel strangely unfamiliar. This is the hidden cost of living in survival mode for too long. Survival mode is not something people choose consciously. It develops gradually. A difficult childhood, years of uncertainty, financial struggles, unstable relationships, emotional neglect, chronic stress, repeated disappointments. The mind adapts to these conditions the only way it knows how. It becomes alert, focused, protective, prepared. At first, this response is useful. The nervous system is doing its job. It is trying to help you navigate a challenging environment. The problem begins when the environment changes, but the survival response remains. The danger passes. The crisis ends. Life becomes more stable. Yet the mind continues operating as though the emergency is still happening. This is why many people feel tired, even when they are no longer facing the struggles that once exhausted them. Their bodies may be safe, their circumstances may have improved, but their nervous systems are still fighting battles that ended years ago. Living in survival mode affects almost every part of life. It changes how you think, how you feel, how you relate to others, how you view the future. When survival becomes your normal state, you stop asking, "What would bring me joy?" Instead, you ask, "What will prevent disaster?" You stop looking for fulfillment. You focus on protection. You stop dreaming. You focus on enduring. You stop exploring life. You focus on managing threats. Over time, this creates a very narrow way of living. Life becomes about getting through the day rather than experiencing the day. Many people in survival mode become highly productive, highly responsible, highly dependable. They learn how to function under pressure. Others may even admire their resilience. But inside, something important is missing: the ability to feel fully alive. The Stoics understood that constant fear limits the human spirit. They knew that when the mind becomes consumed by threats, real or imagined, it loses access to deeper forms of wisdom. A mind trapped in survival cannot fully appreciate beauty, gratitude, love, creativity, or peace, because all its energy is directed toward protection. Marcus Aurelius lived through wars, political turmoil, and immense responsibility. Yet he repeatedly returned to the same lesson. The mind must learn to distinguish between what requires action and what merely triggers fear. Many people living in survival mode treat every challenge as if it were a crisis. A mistake feels catastrophic, a disagreement feels threatening, a setback feels overwhelming, a delay feels dangerous. The nervous system reacts intensely because it has been conditioned to expect the worst. But genuine peace begins when the mind learns that not every difficulty is an emergency. This transition can feel surprisingly uncomfortable. After years of constant alertness, calm may initially feel unnatural. The mind keeps searching for problems, the body remains tense. Part of you wonders what you are forgetting, what danger you have missed, what problem is hiding around the corner. This is normal. A nervous system that has spent years preparing for threats does not immediately trust peace. It needs time, patience, repetition, compassion. The Stoics often emphasized practice because they understood that transformation happens gradually. You do not move from survival mode to inner peace through a single insight. You move there through countless small moments of choosing a different response, a moment where you pause instead of panic, a moment where you breathe instead of catastrophizing, a moment where you accept uncertainty instead of fighting it, a moment where you trust yourself instead of fearing the future. Each of these moments teaches the mind a new lesson. The emergency is over. One of the clearest signs that someone is leaving survival mode is that they begin making decisions based on values rather than fear. Fear asks, "How do I avoid pain?" Wisdom asks, "How do I live well?" Fear asks, "What if everything goes wrong?" Wisdom asks, "What is the right thing to do right now?" Fear focuses on control. Wisdom focuses on character. This shift changes everything, because survival mode keeps your attention trapped in what might happen. Peace returns your attention to what is happening. The present moment becomes available again. You notice things you once overlooked: the warmth of a conversation, the comfort of a quiet evening, the beauty of ordinary moments, the simple joy of breathing without carrying the entire future on your shoulders. These experiences seem small, yet they are signs that life is returning. The Stoics believed that much of human suffering comes from living everywhere except the present moment. Survival mode does exactly this. It constantly projects attention into future dangers and imagined disasters. Recovery brings attention back home, back to now, back to reality, back to what actually exists. As you rest tonight, allow yourself to recognize how much effort survival has required from you. How many years you spent enduring, protecting, preparing, pushing forward. Give yourself credit for making it this far. Those survival responses were not weaknesses, they were attempts to keep you safe. They helped you navigate difficult seasons. But not every season lasts forever. And not every skill that helps you survive will help you thrive. Tonight, you do not need to remain on high alert. You do not need to solve every future problem. You do not need to monitor every possible threat. You do not need to stay prepared for battles that are not taking place. For this moment, you can rest. You can soften. You can let your breathing slow. You can allow your body to receive the message it may have needed for years. The crisis is not happening right now. The emergency is not happening right now. The struggle is not happening right now. This moment belongs to peace. And perhaps the most beautiful part of recovery is not becoming stronger. You have already proven your strength. Perhaps the most beautiful part is finally realizing that strength no longer needs to be your only way of living. You are allowed to experience calm. You are allowed to experience ease. You are allowed to experience rest. And little by little, night after night, breath after breath, the mind that once lived in survival can begin learning something it may have forgotten long ago: how to simply be at peace. As you begin moving out of survival mode and into a quieter relationship with life, you may notice something puzzling. Even when there are no major problems, no immediate threats, and no obvious reasons to worry, the mind still refuses to settle. The body remains tense. The thoughts keep moving. The nervous system stays alert. It is as if some part of you does not believe that peace can be trusted. And this reveals another hidden consequence of long-term emotional strain: the inability to rest even when nothing is wrong. Many people spend years waiting for the moment when life finally calms down. They tell themselves, "Once this problem is solved, I will relax. Once I have more money, I will relax. Once my family situation improves, I will relax. Once everything is stable, I will finally feel at peace." But then stability arrives. The problem gets solved. The crisis passes. Life becomes quieter. And yet the rest never comes. The mind immediately finds something else to focus on. Another possibility, another concern, another scenario to prepare for, another reason to stay alert. This can be deeply confusing, because logically, you know nothing is wrong. Emotionally, however, the nervous system continues behaving as though something is. The Stoics understood that habits of mind become deeply ingrained through repetition. If a person spends years expecting danger, their attention naturally becomes trained toward danger. The mind becomes a guard standing at the gate 24 hours a day. Eventually, the guard forgets how to sit down. This is what happens to many nervous systems. Vigilance becomes automatic. The body learns to stay prepared. The mind learns to stay active. The heart learns to stay cautious. And even when life becomes safe, the old habits continue running in the background. A person may be lying in a comfortable bed, yet mentally preparing for future problems. They may be enjoying a peaceful afternoon, yet scanning for signs that something could go wrong. They may be surrounded by supportive people, yet anticipating disappointment. The vigilance has become detached from reality. It no longer responds to actual danger. It responds to possibility, and possibility never ends. There will always be something that could go wrong. There will always be uncertainty. There will always be unknowns. If peace depends on eliminating every possible threat, peace will never arrive. Marcus Aurelius frequently reminded himself not to suffer imagined troubles. He knew that the mind has an extraordinary ability to create distress out of possibilities that do not exist in the present moment. This tendency becomes even stronger when the nervous system has spent years in self-protection. The brain begins treating vigilance as responsibility. If you are worrying, you feel productive. If you are preparing, you feel safe. If you are monitoring everything, you feel in control. But beneath these habits is often a hidden fear. The fear that if you stop paying attention, something bad will happen. The fear that if you relax, you will be caught off guard. The fear that if you rest, life will punish you for it. These fears rarely appear consciously. Instead, they operate quietly beneath the surface. The person simply feels unable to switch off, unable to slow down, unable to fully relax. One of the most important realizations in Stoic philosophy is that vigilance and wisdom are not the same thing. Many people confuse them. They believe constant monitoring makes them wiser. But wisdom is not endless alertness. Wisdom is knowing what deserves your attention and what does not. Wisdom knows when action is necessary. It also knows when action is unnecessary. A nervous system attached to vigilance struggles with this distinction. Everything feels important. Everything feels urgent. Everything feels deserving of mental energy. The result is exhaustion, not because life is demanding so much, because the mind never stops working. Imagine driving a car while keeping your foot on both the accelerator and the brake. The vehicle continues moving, but tremendous energy is wasted. This is how many people live internally. Part of them wants peace. Another part refuses to stop scanning for threats. The constant tension drains emotional resources. The Stoics would encourage us to ask a simple question. What problem am I trying to solve right now? Many times the answer is none. There is no actual problem, only anticipation, only habit, only the lingering belief that vigilance equals safety. Yet safety does not always come from preparation. Sometimes safety comes from presence. From recognizing that this moment is not demanding anything from you. This moment is not asking you to solve next year. It is not asking you to predict tomorrow. It is not asking you to control the future. It is simply asking you to be here. One breath, one moment, one quiet evening. This sounds simple. Yet for someone accustomed to vigilance, it can feel revolutionary. Because the mind keeps trying to leave the present. It keeps searching ahead, searching around corners, searching for hidden threats, searching for problems that have not arrived. The practice of peace is gently bringing it back, again and again, not through force, not through frustration, but through awareness. The Stoics often returned to the present moment because they understood something profound. Life is almost always more manageable in reality than it is in imagination. The imagined future contains endless dangers. The present moment usually contains far fewer. As you rest tonight, notice whether part of your mind is still standing guard. Notice whether it is scanning, monitoring, preparing, searching. If it is, do not criticize it. That vigilance developed for a reason. At some point in your life, it believed it was helping you survive. Thank it for its service. Then gently remind it that not every moment requires protection. Not every silence contains danger. Not every uncertainty requires preparation. Not every peaceful moment needs to be interrupted by worry. You do not have to earn rest by solving every possible problem first. You do not have to deserve peace by eliminating all uncertainty. You do not have to remain alert every second of your existence. Tonight, the world can continue without your constant supervision. The future can wait. The unanswered questions can wait. The possibilities can wait. For now, there is only this breath, this moment, this quiet space, and perhaps, for the first time in a very long while, your nervous system can begin learning a lesson it never fully trusted before. Nothing is wrong right now. Nothing needs to be fixed right now. Nothing needs to be anticipated right now. And because of that, you are allowed to rest. Not later, not when everything becomes perfect, not when every uncertainty disappears. Now, right here, exactly as you are. As you begin allowing yourself to rest without constantly scanning for danger, another deeper fear often rises quietly beneath the surface. It is not always fear of failure. It is not always fear of rejection. Sometimes it is something far more subtle, a fear so hidden that many people never recognize it. The fear of being forgotten, the fear that one day your presence will no longer matter, The fear that your life will pass unnoticed. The fear that after everything you have endured, sacrificed and given, you will simply fade into the background. This fear rarely announces itself directly. Instead, it disguises itself. It appears as the need for recognition, the need for appreciation, the need to be acknowledged, the need to feel significant, the need to know that your existence has made a difference. On the surface, these desires seem completely normal, because they are. Every human being wants to feel seen. Every human being wants to know they matter. Every human being wants to feel that their life has meaning. The problem begins when the desire to matter becomes tied to the opinions of other people. Because the opinions of other people are unstable, they change. They fluctuate. They come and go. And when your sense of worth depends on being remembered, praised, or recognized, your peace becomes dependent on something you cannot control. The Stoics understood this deeply. Marcus Aurelius often reflected on how quickly human recognition disappears. He reminded himself that even the most famous people in history eventually become names that future generations barely remember. Entire empires rise and fall, great achievements fade, applause grows silent. At first, this sounds depressing, but Marcus found freedom in it, because he realized that if recognition is temporary, then building your happiness around it is dangerous. Many people spend their lives chasing evidence that they matter. They want acknowledgement from parents who never gave it, recognition from people who overlooked them, validation from partners who failed to appreciate them, approval from society, praise from strangers. And beneath all these pursuits is often a simple emotional question: do I matter? The painful truth is that some people first begin asking this question during childhood. Perhaps they felt overlooked. Perhaps their achievements received little attention. Perhaps they were compared to siblings. Perhaps their emotional needs were ignored. Perhaps they learned that love was conditional upon performance. Slowly, the child begins believing that being noticed must be earned, that significance must be proven, that worth depends on external recognition. Years later, the adult may still be chasing the same answer, working harder, giving more, achieving more, helping more, sacrificing more, hoping that eventually someone will provide the validation that finally makes them feel secure. Yet no amount of external recognition can permanently heal an internal fear. Because the fear is not actually about being forgotten, it is about believing that your value depends on being remembered. The Stoics offered a different perspective. They taught that worth comes from character, not attention, from virtue, not applause, from how you live, not from how many people notice you living. This is profoundly liberating, because attention is unpredictable. Some of the kindest people receive little recognition. Some of the wisest people remain largely unknown. Some of the most meaningful acts are witnessed by almost nobody, yet their value remains unchanged. The sun does not become less important because nobody praises it. A tree does not stop providing shade because nobody thanks it. Their purpose exists independently of recognition. The same is true for human beings. One of the hidden dangers of seeking recognition is that it can make you overlook the value already present in your life. You become so focused on being seen that you fail to see yourself. You become so focused on proving your worth that you never stop to appreciate your worth. You become so focused on being remembered that you forget to fully live. Marcus Aurelius repeatedly returned to a simple truth. Focus on doing what is right. Let everything else take care of itself. Not because recognition is meaningless, but because it is unreliable. Sometimes your efforts will be appreciated. Sometimes they will not. Sometimes people will understand you. Sometimes they will misunderstand you. Sometimes your contributions will be noticed. Sometimes they will go unseen. None of these things determine your value. Your value exists before recognition arrives, and it remains after recognition disappears. As you rest tonight, notice whether part of you is still waiting for someone to finally confirm your worth, waiting for appreciation, waiting for acknowledgement, waiting for proof that your life mattered. Then gently consider another possibility. What if your worth was never waiting for their approval? What if the life you have lived already carries meaning? What if the kindness you showed mattered, even when nobody thanked you? What if the sacrifices you made mattered, even when nobody noticed? What if your existence has value that cannot be measured by recognition? The fear of being forgotten often weakens when you stop measuring your life through the eyes of others. Because the truth is that every life leaves traces. Every act of kindness influences someone. Every moment of compassion affects someone. Every expression of courage changes something. You may never see all the ways your life has touched other lives, but that does not mean those impacts are absent. The Stoics believed that our responsibility is not to control how we are remembered. Our responsibility is to live well, to act with integrity, to contribute where we can, to love when possible, to remain faithful to our values. Everything beyond that belongs to time, and time belongs to no one. So tonight, allow yourself to put down the burden of proving your significance. Allow yourself to stop chasing evidence that you matter. Allow yourself to rest from the exhausting need to be constantly recognized, because your value was never created by applause. Your worth was never created by attention, and your significance was never dependent upon being remembered by everyone. Sometimes the deepest peace comes when you finally understand that you do not need the world to constantly notice your light in order for that light to exist. It already exists, it always has, and whether others recognize it or not, it remains just as real. As you begin loosening the need for recognition and learning that your worth does not depend on how others see you, another hidden burden often comes into focus. For many people, the fear is not simply being forgotten, it is being rejected, not being chosen, not being accepted, not being wanted. And after enough painful experiences, the mind begins doing something that quietly steals peace long before any rejection ever occurs. It starts expecting it. This expectation can become so automatic that people no longer notice it. They walk into conversations expecting disapproval. They enter relationships expecting abandonment. They share ideas expecting criticism. They meet new people expecting judgment. And although none of these things may actually happen, the suffering has already begun. This is one of the most exhausting habits the mind can develop: the anticipation of rejection. Because anticipation creates emotional pain before reality even has a chance to speak. Many people believe rejection hurts because of what others do. But often the greater suffering comes from what happens beforehand. The hours spent worrying, the endless mental rehearsals, the imagined scenarios, the predictions, the assumptions, the emotional preparation for a wound that may never arrive. The Stoics understood that human beings frequently suffer twice, first in imagination, then in reality, and sometimes only in imagination. A person spends days fearing rejection, only to discover that the rejection never comes. Yet the emotional energy has already been consumed. The peace has already been lost. The nervous system has already endured the stress. This is why anticipation can be more damaging than the event itself. It extends suffering beyond reality. Many people who expect rejection developed this habit honestly. At some point in life, rejection became familiar. Perhaps they experienced criticism when they needed support. Perhaps they were excluded, ignored, mocked, abandoned, compared, dismissed. Over time, the mind learned a lesson. Protect yourself. And one way the mind tries to protect itself is by expecting the worst. The logic seems reasonable. If I expect rejection, I will not be surprised. If I prepare for disappointment, it will hurt less. If I lower my expectations, I will stay safe. But this strategy rarely creates safety. It creates anxiety, because the mind remains focused on a future pain that has not happened. Marcus Aurelius frequently reminded himself not to surrender to assumptions. He understood that the mind often tells stories without evidence. Someone remains quiet, and the mind concludes they dislike you. Someone seems distant, and the mind concludes they are pulling away. Someone does not respond immediately, and the mind creates an entire narrative. The event itself is often neutral. The suffering comes from the interpretation. This is especially true for people who expect rejection. They become highly sensitive to signs that confirm their fears. A delayed reply feels significant. A change in tone feels alarming. A disagreement feels threatening. A moment of distance feels catastrophic. The mind becomes a detective searching for evidence that rejection is coming. And because it is searching so intensely, it usually finds something. Not because rejection is actually happening, but because fear naturally notices whatever supports itself. The Stoics would encourage us to pause and examine our judgments. Not every silence is rejection. Not every disagreement is abandonment. Not every mistake destroys connection. Not every uncomfortable moment means someone is leaving. Yet when rejection becomes an expectation, the mind treats possibilities as facts. This creates a tragic cycle. The person fears rejection. The fear creates anxiety. The anxiety creates self-protection. The self-protection creates distance. The distance affects relationships. Then any resulting difficulties appear to confirm the original fear. The person says, "I knew I would be rejected," without realizing how much the expectation itself shaped the outcome. One of the hidden costs of expecting rejection is that it prevents full participation in life. You hesitate to speak honestly. You hesitate to pursue opportunities. You hesitate to express affection. You hesitate to reveal your authentic self, because part of you is always preparing for disapproval. But the Stoics understood something important. Courage is not the absence of rejection. It is the willingness to live despite the possibility of rejection. No human being can guarantee acceptance. Not from everyone, not all the time. Even the wisest people in history faced criticism. Even the kindest people were misunderstood. Even the most admired individuals were rejected by someone. Rejection is part of being human, but expecting it constantly turns a possibility into a prison. True freedom begins when you stop demanding guarantees, when you stop requiring certainty before taking emotional risks, when you stop waiting for proof that nobody will reject you before allowing yourself to live fully. This does not mean becoming careless. It means becoming resilient. The difference is profound. A person seeking guarantees says, "I can only be at peace if nobody rejects me." A resilient person says, "I can remain at peace even if rejection happens." One approach depends on controlling other people. The other depends on trusting yourself. And self-trust is far more stable. As you rest tonight, notice how often your mind predicts rejection. Notice how quickly it assumes the worst. Notice how many stories it creates about what others may think. Then gently ask yourself a question. How many of these fears are actually happening right now? Not tomorrow, not next week, not in imagination, right now. Most likely, very few, because much of the suffering comes not from rejection itself, but from anticipation. The Stoics repeatedly returned to the present moment because they knew that reality is usually lighter than the stories fear creates. Tonight, allow yourself to step out of those stories for a while. You do not need to predict every outcome. You do not need to prepare for every possible disappointment. You do not need to earn acceptance from everyone. You do not need universal approval to be worthy. You do not need perfect certainty to open your heart. Let the future remain unwritten. Let other people's opinions remain outside your control. Let the possibility of rejection exist without allowing it to dominate your thoughts. Because one of the most liberating realizations in life is understanding that rejection, even when it happens, does not define your value. And anticipating it endlessly does not protect your peace. It only steals it. Tonight, let your mind rest from that burden. Let it stop searching for signs of exclusion. Let it stop rehearsing future disappointments. Let it stop carrying emotional pain that has not arrived. And in that quiet space, allow yourself to experience something fear rarely permits. The simple freedom of being accepted by yourself, exactly as you are, before anyone else has the chance to decide. As you begin releasing the fear of rejection and recognizing how much suffering comes from anticipating what has not happened, another hidden burden often emerges from the shadows. It is a burden many people carry for decades without realizing it. Not a recent mistake, not a current problem, but an old embarrassment. A moment that happened years ago, perhaps even decades ago, yet somehow still has the power to make the heart sink whenever it returns to memory. It is strange how the mind works. Thousands of ordinary days disappear into the distance. Countless successes fade. Moments of kindness are forgotten. Yet one embarrassing experience can remain perfectly preserved. A mistake in front of a crowd. An awkward conversation. A failed attempt. A moment of rejection. A foolish decision. A time when you felt exposed, humiliated, or ashamed. The event may have lasted only minutes, yet the memory can remain active for years, sometimes for an entire lifetime. Many people assume they remember these moments because they are important, but often the mind preserves them because they became attached to identity. The embarrassment was not simply stored as an event, it was stored as evidence. Evidence that you are not good enough. Evidence that you are foolish. Evidence that you are inadequate. Evidence that you are somehow flawed. And every time the memory returns, the mind revisits not only the event, but also the painful conclusion attached to it. The Stoics understood that events themselves do not possess permanent power. What gives them power is the meaning we continue assigning to them. Two people can experience the same embarrassment. One laughs about it years later. The other continues suffering from it. The difference is often not the event itself, but the story attached to it. Marcus Aurelius repeatedly reminded himself that people make mistakes because they are human. He did not expect perfection from himself or others. He understood that errors, awkward moments, and failures are woven into the fabric of human existence. Yet many people secretly hold themselves to impossible standards. They expect themselves to have always known better, always acted correctly, always said the right thing, always performed perfectly. And when reality fails to match these expectations, shame enters the picture. Shame is different from regret. Regret says, I made a mistake. Shame says, I am the mistake. This distinction matters enormously, because regret focuses on behavior. Shame attacks identity. When embarrassment becomes mixed with shame, the memory gains extraordinary emotional weight. The mind stops seeing it as something that happened. It starts seeing it as proof of who you are. This is why old embarrassments often feel surprisingly alive. Part of you still believes the event says something important about your value, but consider something for a moment. If you feel embarrassed about something you did years ago, what does that actually reveal? It reveals growth. The fact that you cringe at an old mistake often means you have changed. You have learned. You have matured. You see the situation differently now. The person who made that mistake no longer exists in exactly the same form, yet the mind continues dragging the old version of you into the present. It continues treating a former self as if it were your current identity. The Stoics would encourage us to examine this carefully. Is it fair to judge today's self by yesterday's understanding? Is it reasonable to expect past versions of yourself to possess wisdom they had not yet developed? Most people extend compassion to others in this situation. If a friend told you about an embarrassing mistake from 20 years ago, you would likely smile and reassure them. You would explain that everyone makes mistakes. Everyone has awkward moments. Everyone has chapters they would write differently. Yet when it comes to ourselves, we often become harsh judges. The mind preserves old embarrassments because it mistakenly believes that replaying them will prevent future mistakes. If I keep remembering this, I will never repeat it. If I keep feeling bad about it, I will become a better person. If I punish myself long enough, I will somehow erase what happened. But none of these things are true. The lesson can remain without the suffering. The wisdom can remain without the shame. The growth can remain without the self-punishment. One of the greatest forms of emotional freedom comes when you stop demanding perfection from your past self. The person you were then was operating with the knowledge, maturity, awareness, and emotional resources available at the time. Perhaps they made mistakes. Perhaps they acted poorly. Perhaps they embarrassed themselves. But they were still learning, just as you are still learning now. The Stoics never sought perfection. They sought progress. They understood that human beings are works in progress from beginning to end. As you rest tonight, notice which old embarrassments still visit your mind. Notice the moments that continue appearing without invitation. Notice the self-images attached to those memories. Then gently ask yourself whether those images are still accurate. Are you really the same person who made that mistake? Do you truly deserve lifelong punishment for a moment that lasted only minutes? Has the lesson already been learned? Has the debt already been paid? Most likely the answer is yes. The memory remains not because you need more learning. It remains because you have not yet granted yourself permission to move on. The Stoics believed that wisdom includes self-forgiveness, not because mistakes are unimportant, but because endless self-condemnation serves no useful purpose. It does not improve the past, it only damages the present. Tonight, allow those old moments to become lighter. Allow the younger version of yourself to be human. Allow mistakes to remain part of your story without becoming your identity. Allow growth to matter more than embarrassment. Because one of the most beautiful signs of healing is when an old memory loses its ability to define you. The event remains, the lesson remains, the wisdom remains, but the shame finally leaves. And when it does, you discover something that was true all along. You were never meant to carry one awkward moment for the rest of your life. You were meant to learn from it, grow beyond it, and continue becoming the person you are still unfolding into today. As you begin loosening the grip of old embarrassments and allowing past mistakes to remain in the past, another habit of the mind becomes easier to see. It is a habit so common that most people do not realize how much energy it consumes. Long after an event has ended, the mind continues returning to it, not to learn from it, but to renegotiate it. It keeps replaying old scenes, searching for different words, different choices, different outcomes. It keeps asking the same question in 1,000 different forms. What if I had done something differently? This is the exhausting habit of trying to rewrite the past. At first, it seems harmless. Everyone revisits old memories. Everyone wonders how life might have unfolded if certain decisions had been different. But for many people, this becomes more than occasional reflection. It becomes a daily mental occupation. The mind returns to old conversations, old opportunities, old mistakes, old relationships, old crossroads, again and again. Not because it can change them, but because part of it refuses to accept them. There is something deeply human about wanting a different past, a different childhood, a different relationship, a different decision, a different outcome. The pain comes from believing that if we think about it long enough, we may somehow find the version of reality we wish had happened. But reality remains unchanged. The event stays where it is. The outcome stays what it was. The chapter remains written. Yet the mind continues negotiating. The Stoics understood this struggle better than most. They knew that one of the greatest sources of suffering is resistance to what has already happened, not because the past was pleasant, not because it was fair, but because arguing with reality creates a battle that cannot be won. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself to accept events exactly as they occurred. This was not passivity, it was wisdom. He understood that every moment spent fighting the unchangeable is a moment stolen from the present. Think about how much energy the mind spends rewriting history. The relationship that should have lasted, the opportunity that should have been taken, the words that should have been spoken, the warning signs that should have been noticed, the mistake that should have been avoided. The mind creates endless alternative versions of reality. In one version, you say the perfect thing. In another, you make the perfect decision. In another, you avoid the mistake completely. In another, everything works out exactly the way you hoped. But none of those versions exist. Only this one does. The tragedy is that while the mind is busy living inside imaginary pasts, it misses the actual life unfolding in the present. This is why mental negotiations with history are so exhausting. They create an impossible task. The task is not to understand the past. The task becomes changing it. And because the task is impossible, the mind never finishes. It keeps working, keeps analyzing, keeps replaying, keeps searching. Yet peace remains out of reach. Many people believe they revisit the past because they want answers, but often they revisit it because they want control. The mind struggles to accept that something important happened without its permission, something painful, something unfair, something disappointing, something irreversible. The Stoics recognized that control is one of the great illusions of human suffering. We want control over what has already happened, control over what other people did, control over how life unfolded, control over outcomes that are long gone. But true freedom begins when we stop demanding control where none exists. This does not mean the past no longer matters. It does not mean painful events become insignificant. It means we stop requiring a different history before allowing ourselves to experience peace. This distinction changes everything, because many people unknowingly place conditions on their healing. I can be at peace when I understand why it happened. I can be at peace when I forgive myself completely. I can be at peace when I finally figure it all out. I can be at peace when the memory stops hurting. The problem is that these conditions often keep moving. The answers never feel complete enough. The understanding never feels sufficient enough. The mind keeps demanding one more explanation, one more insight, one more replay. The Stoics would gently ask a different question. What if peace does not require a different past? What if peace begins the moment you stop demanding one? This is not easy. Because acceptance is often misunderstood. People think acceptance means approving of what happened. It does not. Acceptance simply means acknowledging reality without continuing the argument. It means saying, "This happened," not "I am glad it happened," not "it should have happened," simply "it happened." And once that truth is fully acknowledged, an incredible amount of energy becomes available. The energy once spent rewriting history can now be used for living, for growing, for loving, for healing, for creating a future that is not trapped by the past. As you rest tonight, notice which chapters your mind still tries to rewrite. Notice the conversations it keeps replaying, the decisions it keeps questioning, the endings it keeps resisting. Then gently remind yourself that the past is not asking for correction. It is asking for acceptance. The lesson has already been learned. The event has already occurred. The chapter has already been written. You do not need to become its editor. You do not need to become its prosecutor. You do not need to become its historian. You can simply become its witness. A witness who sees clearly, a witness who understands, a witness who no longer needs the story to be different, because one of the deepest forms of freedom is realizing that your peace does not depend on changing yesterday. Your peace depends on releasing your grip on yesterday. Tonight, let the negotiations end. Let the arguments grow quiet. Let the endless revisions come to rest. The past has already spoken. The chapter is complete. And for perhaps the first time in a very long while, you can stop trying to rewrite it and begin fully living the page you are standing on now. As you begin letting go of the need to rewrite the past, another painful pattern often becomes visible. Many of the wounds people carry were not created by obvious enemies. They were created by a lifetime of looking in the wrong places for proof of their worth. They spent years seeking validation from people who were never capable of giving them the acceptance they needed. And slowly, without realizing it, their self-worth became tied to opinions that were never stable enough to hold it. There is a quiet tragedy that unfolds in many lives. A person spends years trying to earn love from someone who rarely gives it, trying to earn approval from someone who never seems satisfied, trying to prove their value to people who barely recognize it, trying to become worthy in the eyes of those who cannot even see their worth. At first, this pursuit feels reasonable. We all want acceptance. We all want appreciation. We all want to feel valued. These desires are deeply human. But problems begin when your sense of value becomes dependent upon the judgment of people who are incapable of offering healthy validation. Some people spend decades chasing approval from a critical parent. Others spend years trying to impress a former partner. Some endlessly seek recognition from co-workers, friends, social groups, or even strangers. And beneath all these efforts lies a hidden belief. If they finally approve of me, I will finally feel enough. But this promise rarely delivers what it offers, because external validation is one of the most unstable foundations upon which a person can build their self-worth. The Stoics understood this deeply. They knew that anything dependent upon external circumstances would eventually create suffering. The opinions of others are external. Their approval is external. Their praise is external. And anything external can change without warning. One day you are admired. The next day you are criticized. One day you are included. The next day you are ignored. One day people celebrate you. The next day they move on. If your self-worth rises and falls with these changes, your peace becomes fragile. Marcus Aurelius frequently reminded himself not to become attached to praise or disturbed by criticism. He understood that both are temporary. Neither one reveals your true value. Yet many people spend years acting as though approval is oxygen. They adjust their personalities to gain it, hide parts of themselves to maintain it. remain silent to protect it, exhaust themselves trying to earn more of it. The result is a life spent performing rather than living. This often begins early. A child receives attention only when they achieve, only when they behave perfectly, only when they make others proud. Slowly, the child learns a dangerous lesson. My worth depends on what others think of me. Years later, that lesson continues operating beneath the surface. The adult becomes highly sensitive to praise and criticism. A compliment creates temporary relief. A criticism creates deep pain. An approval feels necessary. A rejection feels devastating, not because the opinion itself is so powerful, but because self-worth has become attached to it. One of the hidden costs of seeking validation from the wrong people is that it creates endless emotional hunger. No amount of approval ever feels like enough. The relief is temporary. The satisfaction fades quickly. The mind immediately begins looking for the next source of reassurance, the next compliment, the next achievement, the next sign of acceptance. This is because external validation can never permanently solve an internal insecurity. It can soothe it temporarily. It cannot heal it. The Stoics offered a radically different approach. Instead of asking, "Do they approve of me?" they asked, "Am I living according to my values?" Instead of asking, "What do others think?" they asked, "Am I acting with wisdom, courage, integrity, and kindness?" This shift is powerful because it moves the source of validation inward. You stop measuring your worth by changing opinions. You start measuring your life by enduring principles, and principles are far more stable than praise. Consider how much suffering comes from giving the wrong people authority over your self-image. A person who does not appreciate you decides whether you feel valuable. A person who misunderstands you decides whether you feel worthy. A person carrying their own wounds decides how you see yourself. This is an enormous burden to place on another human being, especially when many people are struggling with their own insecurities, fears, and limitations. The truth is that some people will never give you the validation you seek, not because you do not deserve it, because they are unable to give what they do not possess. A deeply insecure person often struggles to affirm others. An emotionally unavailable person struggles to provide emotional support. A critical person struggles to offer appreciation. Many people spend years trying to receive water from empty wells. The Stoics would encourage us to accept reality rather than endlessly fighting it. If someone cannot give you what you need, no amount of chasing will change who they are. This realization can feel painful, but it is also liberating, because the energy once spent seeking validation can finally return to you. As you rest tonight, think about the people whose approval still feels important. Think about the voices that continue influencing how you see yourself. Think about the judgments you still carry. Then gently ask yourself a question. Have these people truly earned the authority you have given them? Do they possess the wisdom, clarity, and understanding necessary to define your worth? Or have you been handing your self-image to people who cannot carry it responsibly? Your value was never meant to be determined by changing opinions. Your worth was never meant to depend upon applause. Your significance was never meant to rise and fall with external approval. The Stoics believed that true freedom begins when your peace comes from within rather than from the reactions of others. Tonight, allow yourself to release some of that burden. You do not need everyone's approval. You do not need everyone's understanding. You do not need everyone's validation. You only need the courage to live honestly and the wisdom to recognize your own value. Because the moment you stop asking the wrong people to tell you who you are, something beautiful begins to happen. You start remembering it for yourself, And in that remembrance, self-worth slowly stops being something you chase and becomes something you quietly possess. As you begin freeing yourself from the need for constant validation, another hidden truth often comes into focus. Many people assume that emotional wounds are easy to recognize. They imagine that someone who is hurting will look broken, lost, or visibly unhappy. But life is rarely that simple. Some of the deepest mental damage hides behind impressive achievements, behind successful careers, behind accomplishments, behind productivity, behind the person everyone admires. This is one of the reasons emotional suffering can remain unnoticed for so many years, because achievement can become a disguise. A person appears successful on the outside while quietly struggling on the inside. They are respected, accomplished, dependable, driven. Yet beneath the achievements, unresolved wounds continue shaping their life. Many people learn very early that success earns approval. Good grades earn attention. Achievements earn praise. Productivity earns acceptance. Performance earns value. Without realizing it, they begin using achievement as a way to secure emotional needs. At first, this seems positive. Hard work creates opportunities. Discipline creates progress. Effort creates results. But sometimes achievement stops being a healthy expression of growth. It becomes an emotional survival strategy. The person is no longer succeeding because they enjoy growth. They are succeeding because they are trying to outrun a feeling of inadequacy, a feeling of not being enough, a feeling of emptiness, a feeling of unworthiness. The achievement becomes an attempt to silence an internal wound. The Stoics understood that external success and inner peace are not the same thing. A person can possess wealth, status, influence, and recognition while remaining deeply unsettled inside. They knew that unresolved emotional struggles do not disappear simply because life appears successful. This is why some of the most accomplished people remain restless. No achievement ever feels large enough. No success feels satisfying for very long. No accomplishment provides lasting peace. The moment one goal is reached, another immediately appears. The mind keeps moving the finish line, not because the person lacks ambition, because the wound beneath the ambition has not been healed. Imagine trying to fill a hole in the ground by pouring trophies into it. No matter how many you add, the hole remains, because the trophies were never designed to fill that space. The same is true emotionally. Accomplishments can enhance life. They cannot replace healing. Many people who hide mental damage behind achievement become addicted to productivity. Stillness feels uncomfortable. Rest feels undeserved. Relaxation creates anxiety. When they stop working, old emotions begin surfacing, so they stay busy. Keep producing, keep achieving, keep moving, not because they are chasing success, because they are avoiding what waits in silence. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that external accomplishments mean little if the inner world remains neglected. He understood that a person's character and inner peace matter far more than public recognition, yet modern life frequently teaches the opposite. It tells people that their value depends on performance, that their worth depends on achievement, that success will eventually create fulfillment. For some people, this belief becomes a lifelong pursuit. If I achieve enough, I will finally feel secure. If I become successful enough, I will finally feel worthy. If I accomplish enough, I will finally feel at peace. But peace rarely arrives through this path, because emotional wounds cannot be solved through external victories. A person who feels unworthy will often continue feeling unworthy after success. A person who feels unloved may continue feeling unloved despite admiration. A person who feels inadequate may continue feeling inadequate despite achievement. The external situation changes. The internal wound remains. This creates a painful contradiction. The world sees success. The individual still feels incomplete. And because others admire them, they often feel guilty for struggling. They think, I should be happy. I have achieved so much. I have what others want. Yet something still feels unsettled. The Stoics would not be surprised by this. They understood that inner peace comes from addressing the mind directly rather than trying to solve emotional wounds indirectly through achievement. One of the clearest signs that achievement is masking pain is that success never feels sufficient. There is always another mountain, another target, another goal, another accomplishment. The mind says, maybe the next one will finally be enough. But the next one never is. Because the real issue was never the goal itself. It was the wound underneath, the fear underneath, the insecurity underneath, the longing underneath. As you rest tonight, consider whether there are parts of your life where achievement has become a form of emotional protection. Not because success is wrong. Success is not the problem. The problem arises when achievement becomes responsible for carrying emotional burdens it was never designed to carry. No accomplishment can prove your worth. No title can create self-acceptance. No amount of recognition can permanently silence self-doubt. These things must come from somewhere deeper. The Stoics believed that peace begins when we stop confusing what we do with who we are. You are not your achievements. You are not your failures. You are not your productivity. You are not your accomplishments. These are things you experience. They are not your identity, and this realization can be incredibly freeing, because if your worth is not dependent on achievement, then you no longer have to earn the right to feel valuable. You no longer have to constantly prove yourself. You no longer have to spend your life running toward a finish line that keeps moving. Tonight, allow yourself to rest from the need to perform. Allow yourself to exist without producing. Allow yourself to be worthy without accomplishing anything. Because beneath every achievement, beneath every success, beneath every accomplishment, there is a human being who deserves peace, not because of what they have done, but because of who they already are. And perhaps one of the deepest forms of healing is finally realizing that the wound does not need another achievement. It needs compassion. It needs understanding. It needs acceptance. And it needs the freedom to stop proving what was never in question in the first place. As you begin recognizing that no amount of achievement can heal a wound that lives within, another deeper layer of suffering often reveals itself. Beneath the endless striving, beneath the need to prove yourself, beneath the search for validation, there is often a quiet belief that has been whispering in the background for years. A belief so familiar that it can feel like truth. The belief that no matter what you do, no matter how hard you try, no matter how much you accomplish, you are somehow not enough. This fear is one of the heaviest burdens a person can carry. Because unlike other fears, it follows you everywhere. It follows you into relationships, into work, into friendships, into parenting, into moments of success, into moments of failure. And perhaps most painfully, it follows you into moments when nothing is wrong. Even when life is going well, the fear remains. Whispering, questioning, doubting, telling you that something is missing. Something needs improvement. Something needs fixing. Something about you is still not enough. Many people assume this feeling comes from current circumstances, but in reality, the roots often reach much deeper. The fear of not being enough rarely begins in adulthood. It often begins when the mind is still learning how to understand itself. A child receives the message that love must be earned, that mistakes make them less valuable, that performance matters more than presence, that approval depends on achievement, that being themselves is not quite sufficient. These messages are not always spoken directly. Sometimes they are communicated through silence, through criticism, through comparison, through unrealistic expectations, through affection that appears only when certain standards are met. The child absorbs these experiences and slowly forms a conclusion. If I become better, maybe I will finally be enough. This conclusion can shape an entire life. The person grows older, but the belief remains. They chase success, approval, recognition, perfection, not because they enjoy the pursuit itself, but because they are trying to solve an invisible problem, the problem of inadequacy. The Stoics understood that many forms of suffering begin with false judgments, not false because the pain is imaginary, but because the conclusions drawn from the pain are inaccurate. A child may experience criticism, but criticism does not prove they are inadequate. A child may experience rejection, but rejection does not prove they are unworthy. A child may experience disappointment, but disappointment does not prove they are insufficient. Yet the mind often turns painful experiences into permanent conclusions, and those conclusions become the foundation of self-image. Marcus Aurelius constantly reminded himself that a person's worth comes from their character, not from external circumstances. He understood that value is not something granted by the world. It is something inherent to being human. This idea sounds simple, yet for many people it feels almost impossible to believe, because the fear of not being enough has become deeply woven into their identity. It influences how they interpret everything. A compliment feels temporary. A success feels incomplete. A mistake feels devastating. A criticism feels confirming. The mind filters reality through the belief of inadequacy, and because it is looking for proof, it usually finds it. No life is perfect. No person performs flawlessly. No relationship is free from difficulty. The fearful mind takes these normal imperfections and treats them as evidence, evidence that you are failing, evidence that you are behind, evidence that you are not enough. This creates a painful cycle. The person works harder, achieves more, improves more, pushes further. Yet the feeling never disappears, because the problem was never a lack of achievement. The problem was the belief itself. Imagine carrying a bucket with a hole in the bottom. No matter how much water you pour into it, it never stays full. Not because there is not enough water, because the container itself is damaged. In the same way, no amount of external success can permanently satisfy a mind that believes it is fundamentally inadequate. The Stoics would encourage us to challenge the belief itself, not by arguing with it, not by fighting it, but by examining it honestly. Who decided you were not enough? When was that conclusion formed? What evidence truly supports it? And perhaps most importantly, what if the conclusion was never accurate to begin with? Many people spend years treating self-worth as a destination, something they will earn later, something they will achieve eventually, something waiting at the end of enough improvement. But what if worth is not something earned? What if it is something recognized? What if the value you have been searching for was never absent? What if it was simply buried beneath years of self-doubt? The Stoics believed that every human being possesses dignity because of their capacity for reason, growth, and virtue. Not because they are perfect, not because they never fail, not because everyone approves of them, because they are human, and humanity itself carries worth. As you rest tonight, notice how often your mind measures itself, how often it compares, judges, evaluates, questions. Notice how exhausting that process becomes. Then gently allow yourself to step away from it for a moment. You do not need to calculate your value tonight. You do not need to prove your worth tonight. You do not need to earn the right to exist peacefully tonight. You do not need another achievement, another compliment, another accomplishment, another victory. For this moment, simply allow yourself to be. Because beneath the fear, beneath the striving, beneath the endless self-evaluation, there is a truth that has never changed. You were never required to become perfect in order to be worthy. You were never required to become extraordinary in order to matter. You were never required to earn your humanity. The fear of not being enough may have followed you for years, but it is still only a fear. It is not a fact. And perhaps one of the most healing realizations in life is discovering that the person you have been trying so hard to become worthy of acceptance has already been worthy all along. Not someday, not after more improvement, not after one more achievement. Now, exactly as you are. As you begin loosening the fear of not being enough, another hidden source of exhaustion often comes into view. It is not always anxiety. It is not always fear. Sometimes it is something so constant that it becomes almost invisible. It is the habit of watching yourself, judging yourself, monitoring yourself, evaluating yourself, measuring yourself, correcting yourself, from the moment you wake up until the moment you fall asleep. Many people live as though there is a permanent observer inside their minds, an inner critic, an inner supervisor, an inner judge, always watching, always commenting, always evaluating. You should have said that differently. You should work harder. You should be more confident. You should look better. You should know more. You should be doing more. You should be further ahead. The commentary never completely stops. And because it never stops, neither does the exhaustion. The strange thing about self-monitoring is that most people mistake it for self-awareness. But these are not the same thing. Self-awareness is healthy. It helps you learn, grow, reflect, adjust. Self-monitoring is different. It is constant surveillance. It is the feeling of being watched by your own mind. The feeling that every action is being evaluated, every word analyzed, every mistake recorded, every weakness examined. Instead of simply living, you become occupied with observing yourself live. This creates enormous mental strain. Imagine trying to dance while constantly watching yourself in a mirror. Imagine having a conversation while continuously judging every sentence as it leaves your mouth. Imagine walking through life with someone following behind you, commenting on everything you do. Eventually, you would become exhausted. Yet this is exactly how many people treat themselves every day. The Stoics understood that peace requires simplicity of mind, not ignorance, not carelessness. Simplicity, the ability to act without becoming trapped in endless self-analysis. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself to focus on the task in front of him, rather than becoming consumed by how he appeared, how he was perceived, or whether he was performing perfectly. This wisdom is especially important today because many people spend much of their lives evaluating themselves. Am I successful enough? Attractive enough? Smart enough? Productive enough? Interesting enough? The questions never end, and because the standards keep changing, the mind never finds rest. One of the hidden causes of chronic self-monitoring is fear. The fear of making mistakes, the fear of judgment, the fear of rejection, the fear of failure. At some point, the mind decided that constant observation would prevent pain. If I watch myself carefully enough, I will avoid embarrassment. If I monitor everything I say, I will avoid criticism. If I evaluate every action, I will avoid mistakes. But this strategy comes with a tremendous cost. You lose spontaneity. You lose presence. You lose ease. Life begins to feel like a performance rather than an experience. Many people no longer know what it feels like to simply exist without evaluating themselves. Even during enjoyable moments, part of the mind remains active, analyzing, comparing, judging, reviewing. A person can be sitting with loved ones while simultaneously questioning themselves. They can be accomplishing something meaningful while criticizing their progress. They can receive praise while mentally listing their flaws. The mind never fully arrives because it remains occupied with observation. The Stoics recognized that this habit creates unnecessary suffering because it divides attention. Part of you is living. Part of you is constantly evaluating the living. This division creates tension, and tension creates fatigue. Over time, self-monitoring becomes so normal that people no longer recognize how much energy it consumes. They simply feel tired, drained, mentally exhausted, unable to relax, unable to feel fully present. The exhaustion is not coming from life itself. It is coming from the constant effort of managing themselves. There is a profound difference between growth and self-surveillance. Growth says, I can learn. Self-surveillance says, I must constantly watch myself. Growth allows room for mistakes. Self-surveillance treats mistakes as threats. Growth creates freedom. Self-surveillance creates pressure. Marcus Aurelius understood that human beings are imperfect by nature. He did not expect flawless performance from himself. He expected effort, honesty, and continual improvement. That distinction matters, because perfection requires constant monitoring. Wisdom requires presence. One keeps you trapped in your head. The other allows you to participate in life. As you rest tonight, notice how often your mind watches you. Notice how often it evaluates, measures, criticizes, questions. Notice how much energy is spent maintaining this internal observation. Then gently ask yourself a simple question. What would happen if you stopped monitoring yourself for a moment? What would happen if you simply allowed yourself to exist, to breathe without evaluation, to rest without improvement, to be without measurement? For many people, this feels uncomfortable at first, because the mind has become accustomed to supervision. It believes that if it stops watching, everything will fall apart. Yet the opposite is often true. When the observation softens, the tension softens. When the tension softens, the nervous system relaxes. When the nervous system relaxes, clarity returns. The Stoics understood that peace is not found through endless self-correction. It is found through alignment with reality, and reality does not require constant self-monitoring. Reality only asks that you be present. Tonight, you do not need to review every decision. You do not need to evaluate every flaw. You do not need to measure your progress. You do not need to improve yourself before you are allowed to rest. You can simply be here, breathing, listening, existing, without judgment, without performance, without surveillance. Because one of the greatest forms of freedom is discovering that you do not need to spend every moment watching yourself. You can trust yourself. You can trust the present. You can trust that life continues even when the inner supervisor takes the night off. And perhaps that is why true rest feels so healing. For a few precious hours, you stop being both the performer and the audience. You stop being both the worker and the supervisor. You stop carrying the burden of constant self-observation. And in that space, the mind finally experiences something it has been quietly longing for all along. The relief of simply being alive without needing to constantly evaluate the experience. As you begin stepping away from the exhausting habit of constantly monitoring yourself, another layer of mental exhaustion often becomes visible. Even when you stop judging yourself, Part of the mind may still remain on guard, watching, listening, anticipating, looking for signs that something might go wrong. It is as if an invisible security system remains active 24 hours a day, searching for threats even when none are present. This is the burden of emotional hypervigilance, and for many people, it has become so normal that they no longer recognize how much energy it consumes. Hypervigilance is not simply worry. It is not ordinary caution. It is a nervous system that has learned to stay alert long after the danger has passed. At some point in life, being highly aware may have been necessary. Perhaps you grew up in an unpredictable environment. Perhaps emotions around you changed suddenly. Perhaps criticism arrived without warning. Perhaps conflict appeared unexpectedly. Perhaps trust was repeatedly broken. The mind adapted. It learned to pay close attention, to read every expression, to analyze every tone of voice, to notice every shift in behavior, to stay prepared. And during difficult periods, this awareness may have helped you. It may have protected you. It may have helped you navigate situations that felt unsafe. But what protects us in one season can imprison us in another. The problem begins when hypervigilance continues after the threat has disappeared. The body remains alert. The mind remains watchful. The nervous system continues searching. And because it is searching, it usually finds something. A delayed message, a strange look, a change in mood, a brief silence, a small uncertainty. The hypervigilant mind immediately becomes interested. What does that mean? Is something wrong? Did I do something? Should I be worried? Most of the time, nothing is actually happening. Yet the nervous system reacts as though something important has been detected. The Stoics understood that the mind often creates suffering by attaching significance to things that do not deserve it. They knew that peace becomes impossible when every small event is treated like a warning sign. Marcus Aurelius repeatedly reminded himself to see things as they are, rather than through the lens of fear. This sounds simple, yet for someone living with emotional hypervigilance, it can feel incredibly difficult. Because hypervigilance is not just a thought pattern, it becomes a way of experiencing reality. The mind stops observing life. It starts scanning life, and there is a profound difference. Observation is calm. Scanning is tense. Observation is open. Scanning is defensive. Observation allows reality to reveal itself. Scanning constantly searches for problems. When scanning becomes habitual, the world starts feeling more dangerous than it actually is. Relationships become exhausting because you are constantly analyzing them. Conversations become exhausting because you are constantly interpreting them. Life becomes exhausting because the mind never stops searching for hidden threats. One of the most painful consequences of emotional hypervigilance is that it prevents true presence. You cannot fully enjoy a moment while simultaneously scanning it for danger. You cannot fully relax during a peaceful conversation while searching for signs of rejection. You cannot fully experience joy while preparing for disappointment. Part of your attention remains trapped in protection mode. This is why people with hypervigilant minds often feel tired without understanding why. The exhaustion is not coming from physical effort. It is coming from constant mental surveillance. Imagine spending every hour of every day working as a security guard, watching screens, monitoring activity, looking for suspicious behavior. Eventually, you would become exhausted. Now imagine doing that internally for years. That is what many nervous systems have been doing. The Stoics would gently ask whether this vigilance is still necessary, not whether it was necessary in the past, whether it is necessary now. This question is powerful because many forms of suffering survive long after their original purpose has disappeared. The mind continues performing an old job, a job that reality no longer requires. Many people assume that if they stop scanning for threats, they will become vulnerable. They fear that relaxing means becoming careless. But the Stoics understood the difference between awareness and hypervigilance. Awareness notices reality. Hypervigilance searches for danger. Awareness remains calm. Hypervigilance remains tense. Awareness responds when necessary. Hypervigilance reacts constantly. You do not need to abandon wisdom in order to find peace. You only need to stop treating every uncertainty as a threat. This begins with a simple practice. When the mind notices something and immediately assumes danger, pause. Breathe. Ask yourself what evidence actually exists. Not what fear predicts, not what memory expects. What is actually happening right now? Most often, reality is far less threatening than the nervous system assumes. The delayed reply may simply be a delayed reply. The silence may simply be silence. The expression may have nothing to do with you. The uncertainty may simply be uncertainty. Not every mystery requires investigation. Not every discomfort requires analysis. Not every unknown requires protection. As you rest tonight, notice how often your mind scans. Notice how often it searches. Notice how quickly it moves toward potential problems. Then gently remind yourself that you do not have to monitor every possibility. You do not have to predict every outcome. You do not have to prepare for every disappointment. You do not have to stand guard over every moment of your life. The world can continue without constant surveillance. Your relationships can breathe without constant analysis. Your mind can soften without becoming unsafe. Because true peace is not found by eliminating every possible threat. It is found by teaching the nervous system that not everything is a threat to begin with. Tonight, allow the scanning to slow. Allow the searching to rest. Allow the constant watchfulness to loosen its grip. You have spent enough years looking for danger. For this moment, let yourself look for nothing at all. Let the silence be silence. Let the stillness be stillness. Let the uncertainty remain uncertain. And allow yourself to discover something that emotional hypervigilance has been hiding from you for a very long time. The extraordinary relief of realizing that not every shadow contains danger, not every silence contains a warning, and not every moment requires protection. Some moments are simply meant to be lived. As you begin loosening the grip of emotional hypervigilance, you may notice another habit hiding beneath it. A habit that often disguises itself as intelligence, responsibility, or problem-solving. It appears productive on the surface. It feels like you are doing something useful. Yet, beneath endless analysis, there is often a deeper emotional motive that few people recognize. Sometimes overthinking is not about finding answers at all. Sometimes it is a form of self-punishment. This may sound surprising at first. Most people believe they overthink because they care, because they want clarity, because they want certainty. And while those reasons can be true, there is often something deeper happening underneath. The mind keeps replaying mistakes, revisiting conversations, analyzing decisions, questioning actions, examining possibilities, not because it is moving toward peace, because it refuses to let itself rest. Many people who struggle with chronic overthinking carry an invisible belief. If I keep thinking about this, I can prevent future pain. If I analyze it enough, I will finally understand. If I replay it enough times, I will avoid making the same mistake. At first this seems logical, but if overthinking truly created peace, most overthinkers would be peaceful by now. Instead, they often feel exhausted, because overthinking rarely reaches a conclusion. It simply creates another question, then another, then another. The mind becomes trapped in a maze it built itself. The Stoics understood that excessive thinking is not always wisdom. In fact, some thinking creates clarity, while other thinking creates confusion. The challenge is knowing the difference. Marcus Aurelius spent time reflecting on life, but he did not spend endless hours trapped in mental loops. He understood that reflection should serve action and understanding. Once reflection becomes repetitive and circular, it stops being useful. This is where many people get stuck. They believe they are solving a problem, but they are actually feeding it. Imagine scratching a wound repeatedly because you want it to heal faster. The intention makes sense. The result is the opposite. The more you scratch it, the longer it stays open. Overthinking works the same way. The mind keeps returning to the same emotional wound, not allowing it to heal, not allowing it to rest, not allowing it to become a memory. Instead, it keeps reopening it, again and again. One of the hidden emotional motives beneath overthinking is self-blame. Many people secretly believe they should have known better, should have acted differently, should have prevented what happened. The mind keeps analyzing because part of it is searching for the exact moment where everything went wrong. It is conducting an investigation, looking for evidence, looking for mistakes, looking for someone to blame. And often, the person standing trial is you. The overthinking mind can become its own prosecutor, questioning every decision, examining every flaw, highlighting every imperfection. It says things like, "How could I have missed that? Why didn't I see it sooner? What is wrong with me? Why do I always make mistakes?" Notice how little compassion exists in these questions. The goal is not understanding. The goal is punishment. The mind is trying to make sure you never forget, as if remembering the pain long enough will somehow pay off an emotional debt. But suffering does not erase mistakes. Self-punishment does not create wisdom. The Stoics understood this deeply. They believed in learning from mistakes, not living inside them. There is a profound difference. Learning says, "I understand what happened." Punishment says, "I deserve to keep suffering because of what happened." Learning creates growth. Punishment creates exhaustion. Many people confuse the two. This is why overthinking often feels impossible to stop. Because the mind is not actually seeking answers, it is seeking control. Control over the past, control over uncertainty, control over outcomes that can no longer be changed. The mind believes that if it keeps thinking, it remains prepared. But preparedness eventually becomes imprisonment. You become trapped inside your own analysis. Another hidden reason overthinking becomes addictive is that it creates the illusion of action. When you are thinking constantly, it feels like progress. It feels like you are working on the problem. Yet many problems are not solved through additional thinking. They are solved through acceptance, through action, through letting go, through allowing uncertainty to exist. The Stoics repeatedly emphasized the limits of control. Some questions do not have answers. Some events cannot be fully explained. Some outcomes cannot be reversed. And some chapters must be accepted rather than analyzed. This can feel deeply uncomfortable because overthinking gives the mind something to do. Acceptance asks the mind to be still, and stillness often feels frightening to a person who has spent years living inside analysis. As you rest tonight, notice whether your mind is carrying any problems it has already thought about 1,000 times. Notice whether there are questions that have become loops, memories that have become routines, concerns that have become habits. Then gently ask yourself, has all this thinking brought me closer to peace? Or has it simply prolonged the suffering? You do not need to answer every question tonight. You do not need to solve every mystery. You do not need to understand every detail of your past. Some things can remain unfinished. Some things can remain uncertain. Some things can simply be placed down. The Stoics believed that wisdom includes knowing when to stop arguing, when to stop resisting, when to stop analyzing, when to stop carrying. Tonight, allow yourself that wisdom. Allow the investigation to end. Allow the mental courtroom to close. Allow the endless questioning to grow quiet. Because perhaps the answer you have been searching for is not hidden in one more thought. Perhaps it is hidden in the absence of thought, in the moment you finally stop punishing yourself with analysis. In the moment you stop demanding perfect understanding. In the moment you realize that peace does not come from thinking about your wounds forever. Peace comes from allowing them to heal. And healing begins when the mind finally gives itself permission to rest. As you begin understanding that overthinking is often a form of self-punishment, another deeper pattern starts to reveal itself. For many people, the overthinking was never the real problem. It was only a symptom. Beneath the endless analysis, beneath the self-doubt, beneath the anxiety, there is often a voice that has been speaking for years. A voice that rarely offers encouragement, rarely offers patience, rarely offers understanding. A voice that has become so familiar that many people mistake it for truth. The voice of internal criticism. For some people, this voice has been present for so long that they cannot remember life without it. It comments on everything. Every mistake, every weakness, every failure, every awkward moment, every flaw. Nothing escapes its attention. And unlike criticism from others, there is no place to walk away from it, because it lives inside the mind. Many people believe that self-criticism helps them improve. They think being hard on themselves creates discipline. They think attacking their weaknesses creates growth. They think harshness keeps them motivated. But if that were true, years of self-criticism would create peace. Instead, it often creates exhaustion. The truth is that most people have already suffered enough from their mistakes. They do not need additional punishment. They need understanding. Yet the inner critic rarely understands. It demands, judges, compares, condemns. And it does all of this while pretending to be helpful. The Stoics understood that the mind must be trained carefully, because whatever voice is repeated often eventually becomes believed. Marcus Aurelius spent much of his writing guiding his own mind toward reason rather than self-destruction. He did not spend his days insulting himself. He corrected himself when necessary, but correction and condemnation are not the same thing. This distinction changes everything. Correction says, I made a mistake and I can learn. Condemnation says, I made a mistake and therefore I am flawed. Correction creates growth. Condemnation creates shame. Many people were introduced to internal criticism very early in life. Perhaps they grew up around constant judgment. Perhaps mistakes were treated harshly. Perhaps perfection was expected. Perhaps praise was rare and criticism was common. The child slowly absorbs the voice around them. Years later, the people who originally spoke those words may be gone, yet their voice remains. It has moved inside. Now the person continues the criticism themselves. The mind becomes its own bully, its own judge, its own enemy. One of the saddest consequences of chronic self-criticism is that it creates emotional instability. When your inner world is constantly attacking you, peace becomes difficult. Every challenge feels heavier. Every setback feels larger. Every mistake feels personal, because there is no safe place inside to recover. Imagine living in a home where someone criticized you every hour of every day. Nothing was ever good enough. Every flaw was highlighted, every success minimized. Eventually your confidence would suffer, your energy would suffer. Your peace would suffer. Yet many people live exactly this way internally. The criticism never stops. And because it never stops, the nervous system never fully relaxes. The Stoics believed that wisdom requires honesty, but honesty does not require cruelty. This is something many people never learn. They believe kindness toward themselves means lowering standards. It does not. A good teacher can correct a student without humiliating them. A wise parent can guide a child without destroying their confidence. In the same way, a healthy mind can acknowledge mistakes without attacking itself. One of the hidden reasons people cling to self-criticism is fear. They fear that if they stop criticizing themselves, they will become lazy, careless, undisciplined. They think harshness is necessary for progress. But consider this. Has years of self-attack truly created peace? Has it created security? Has it created self-respect? Or has it simply created more pressure, more tension, more exhaustion? The truth is that people often perform better when they feel supported rather than attacked. This applies internally as well. The mind grows stronger when it feels safe enough to learn, not when it feels threatened. Marcus Aurelius frequently reminded himself that human beings are imperfect by nature. We make mistakes, we misunderstand things, we fail, we fall short. This is not evidence of worthlessness. It is evidence of humanity. Perfection has never been the requirement for dignity. As you rest tonight, notice the voice you use when speaking to yourself. Notice the words, the tone, the assumptions. Would you speak to a friend that way? Would you speak to someone you love that way? Most people would not. Yet they routinely direct that language toward themselves. The Stoics would encourage a different path. Not blind positivity, not pretending everything is fine, but reasonable compassion. The kind of compassion that says, I am learning, I am growing. I made a mistake, but I am not the mistake. I can improve without hating myself. These simple truths create stability, because stability is not built through self-attack. It is built through self-trust. And self-trust grows when the mind becomes a place of guidance rather than punishment. Tonight, allow the inner critic to grow quieter, not because you are perfect, not because you have solved every problem, but because endless criticism is no longer helping. You have heard its arguments, you have carried its judgments, you have listened to its warnings, and still you are here, still growing, still learning, still becoming. You do not need another night of attacking yourself. You do not need another round of emotional punishment. You do not need another trial inside your own mind. What you need is stability, a steady inner ground beneath your feet, a voice that guides rather than wounds, a presence within yourself that remains calm even when life becomes difficult. Because one of the greatest forms of healing is not learning how to become perfect. It is learning how to remain kind to yourself while imperfect. And perhaps tonight, as your mind becomes quieter and your body grows heavier, you can begin experiencing something that may have been missing for far too long. The peace that comes when you finally stop treating yourself like an enemy and start treating yourself like someone worthy of understanding. As you begin softening the voice of internal criticism and learning to treat yourself with greater understanding, another wound often rises from deep beneath the surface. It is a wound that many people carry for years without fully recognizing its influence. A wound created not by being openly attacked, but by being overlooked. Not by being hated, but by not being chosen. Not by being pushed away directly, but by watching others receive the connection, attention, affection, and belonging that you longed for yourself. There is a unique kind of pain in feeling unchosen. A child notices when another sibling receives more attention. A student notices when they are left out. A friend notices when they are forgotten. A partner notices when they are no longer prioritized. A person notices when they keep giving their heart while feeling invisible. These moments may seem small individually, but over time they begin forming a story about worth, a story about belonging, a story about value. And if enough of these experiences accumulate, the mind quietly begins asking a painful question. What is wrong with me? This question becomes the seed of countless emotional struggles, because the person often reaches a conclusion that is not true. They conclude that being unchosen means being unworthy, that being overlooked means being inadequate, that being excluded means being less valuable. Yet these conclusions are rarely based on reality. They are based on pain, and pain often tells incomplete stories. The Stoics understood that human beings suffer greatly when they allow external events to determine their sense of self. Being chosen or unchosen by others is often influenced by circumstances, preferences, limitations, and factors that have little to do with your worth. Yet the emotional mind struggles to see this. It takes exclusion personally. It internalizes it. It turns an experience into an identity. The child who feels left out becomes the adult who fears abandonment. The teenager who feels overlooked becomes the adult who constantly seeks validation. The person who repeatedly feels unchosen begins living as though rejection is inevitable, and this is where the damage spreads. The original wound may have happened years ago, but the emotional pattern continues. Many adults who fear being unchosen become highly sensitive to signs of exclusion. A delayed reply feels personal. A cancelled plan feels personal. Someone else's attention shifting elsewhere feels personal. The nervous system becomes alert to anything that resembles the old wound, not because the present situation is necessarily harmful, because the past is still influencing perception. The mind starts scanning for evidence. Evidence that you are not important. Evidence that you are not wanted. Evidence that you are not enough. And because the mind is looking for these signs, it often finds them everywhere. This creates tremendous emotional exhaustion. Relationships become difficult because they are constantly filtered through the fear of exclusion. The person struggles to relax, struggles to trust, struggles to believe they are genuinely valued. Part of them remains convinced that eventually they will be overlooked again. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that another person's choices belong to them. Their opinions, preferences, and decisions are not under your control. What remains under your control is how you interpret those events. This wisdom becomes incredibly important when dealing with the pain of not feeling chosen. Because many people spend years trying to earn selection, trying to become more attractive, more successful, more helpful, more impressive, more useful. They believe that if they improve enough, they will finally be chosen. But this creates a dangerous trap. Your worth becomes tied to someone else's decision. Your peace becomes dependent on someone else's preference. Your self-image becomes vulnerable to circumstances beyond your control. The Stoics would challenge this entire framework. They would ask a simple but powerful question. Why should another person's choice determine your value? A person's decision not to choose you does not automatically reveal anything about your worth. People choose and reject things for countless reasons. Their own fears, their own limitations, their own preferences, their own wounds. Yet the mind often ignores all of these possibilities and jumps directly to self-blame. This is why healing requires separating worth from selection. You can be valuable and still be overlooked. You can be lovable and still experience rejection. You can be worthy and still not be chosen in a particular moment. These realities can coexist. One does not cancel the other. Perhaps the deepest damage caused by feeling unchosen is that people eventually stop choosing themselves. They stop trusting themselves, stop supporting themselves, stop valuing themselves. They begin waiting for external confirmation before allowing themselves to feel worthy. But healing begins when this pattern reverses. When you become the first person to choose yourself, not in a selfish way, not in a narcissistic way, but in a healthy way, a way that says, my value is not determined by someone else's decision. My worth does not disappear because I was overlooked. My dignity remains intact, regardless of who chooses me. This shift creates enormous freedom, because once your worth stops depending on being selected, life becomes lighter. Relationships become healthier. Rejection becomes less devastating. Approval becomes less necessary. You stop treating every social outcome as a verdict on your value. As you rest tonight, consider how many years you may have spent carrying the pain of not feeling chosen. The friendships, the relationships, the opportunities, the moments when others seemed to receive what you longed for. Then gently remind yourself of something important. Those experiences may have hurt. They may have shaped you, but they do not define your worth. The Stoics believed that human dignity comes from within, not from popularity, not from approval, not from selection, not from external recognition, from within. Tonight, allow yourself to stop measuring your value by who overlooked you. Stop measuring your worth by who failed to recognize you. Stop measuring your importance by who walked away. Because one of the most healing realizations in life is understanding that being unchosen by others does not make you less worthy of love, respect, belonging, or peace. And perhaps the moment you finally stop waiting for everyone else to choose you is the moment you begin fully choosing yourself. And that choice, unlike the choices of others, can never be taken away. As you begin healing the pain of not feeling chosen, another burden often starts to loosen its grip. Many people who spent years feeling overlooked develop a powerful desire to be understood. They long for others to finally see their intentions, recognize their heart, understand their struggles, and acknowledge their truth. This desire is deeply human. Yet when it becomes a necessity, it can quietly become another source of suffering. There is a special kind of exhaustion that comes from constantly trying to explain yourself, trying to make people understand why you made a certain choice, why you feel a certain way, why you reacted the way you did, why your experience matters, why your pain was real, why your intentions were good. For many people, this effort never seems to end. They keep searching for the perfect words, the perfect explanation, the perfect conversation, the perfect opportunity to finally be understood. Yet no matter how clearly they speak, some people still misunderstand them. And this can feel deeply painful, because part of us naturally wants to be seen accurately. We want others to know who we really are. We want our motives recognized. We want our experiences validated. We want our truth acknowledged. But one of the hardest realities of life is that complete understanding is impossible. No human being can fully enter another person's mind. No one can perfectly experience your history, your memories, your fears, your hopes, your struggles. Even the people who love you most will only understand parts of you. Never all of you. The Stoics understood this reality well. Marcus Aurelius knew that people would misunderstand him, judge him, misinterpret his actions, disagree with his choices. Yet he repeatedly reminded himself that his responsibility was not to control other people's perceptions. His responsibility was to live according to his values. This distinction creates enormous freedom, because many people spend years fighting battles that cannot be won. the battle to be fully understood by everyone, the battle to make every person see their perspective, the battle to correct every misunderstanding, the battle to defend every decision. The problem is that this battle has no finish line. There will always be people who misunderstand you, people who see only part of the story, people who interpret your actions through their own experiences, people who project their fears, assumptions, and beliefs onto you. This is not because you failed to explain yourself properly. It is because every human being sees reality through a different lens. Two people can witness the same event and walk away with completely different interpretations. The mind often resists this truth. It believes that if it can just find better words, understanding will finally arrive. So it keeps explaining, keeps defending, keeps clarifying, keeps justifying, but eventually this becomes exhausting because the need to be understood places your peace in the hands of other people. People whose perceptions you cannot control, people whose conclusions you cannot manage, people whose understanding may never fully arrive. One of the hidden reasons this need becomes so powerful is that many people connect understanding with worth. If someone understands them, they feel validated. If someone misunderstands them, they feel diminished. The misunderstanding begins to feel like rejection, but the Stoics would challenge this connection. A person's inability to understand you does not reduce your value. Their misunderstanding does not change reality. Their confusion does not alter your character. You remain who you are regardless of how accurately others perceive you. This realization can be incredibly liberating because it allows you to stop carrying the impossible responsibility of managing everyone's interpretation of you. Imagine carrying a mirror through life, constantly adjusting it so every person sees you correctly. How exhausting would that become? How much energy would be spent trying to control angles, reflections, and perspectives? This is what many people do emotionally. They constantly adjust themselves, explain themselves, defend themselves, trying to ensure that everyone sees them accurately. Yet the task is impossible. No matter how carefully you present yourself, some people will misunderstand. The Stoics would say that peace begins when we stop demanding control over what was never ours to control. Other people's understanding belongs to them. Your character belongs to you. Other people's interpretations belong to them. Your actions belong to you. Other people's judgments belong to them. Your integrity belongs to you. This separation creates inner freedom. Because once you stop requiring universal understanding, you stop living in constant defense. You no longer need to win every argument, correct every assumption, explain every decision, prove every intention. You become comfortable letting some misunderstandings remain unresolved, not because they feel good, but because your peace matters more than endless explanation. As you rest tonight, think about how much energy has been spent trying to be understood. How many conversations have been replayed? How many explanations have been rehearsed? How many misunderstandings have been carried? Then gently ask yourself whether all that effort truly brought peace, or whether it simply created more exhaustion. The truth is that some people will understand you deeply. Some will understand you partially. Some will never understand you at all. And none of these outcomes determine your worth. The Stoics believed that a peaceful mind does not require universal agreement. It requires inner clarity. The clarity to know who you are. The clarity to know your intentions. The clarity to know your values. Once that clarity exists, the opinions of others become less frightening, not because they stop mattering entirely, but because they stop defining your emotional stability. Tonight, allow yourself to release the burden of being perfectly understood. Allow yourself to stop explaining for a while. Stop defending, Stop proving, stop convincing. You do not need every person to understand your story in order for your story to be valid. You do not need everyone's agreement in order to trust yourself. You do not need universal understanding in order to experience peace. Because one of the deepest forms of freedom is realizing that your life can remain meaningful even when some people never fully understand it. And in that freedom, something beautiful happens. You stop chasing understanding from everyone, and you start resting in the understanding you already have of yourself. As you begin releasing the need to be understood by everyone, you may notice another habit of the mind that seems almost impossible to control. Certain memories keep returning. Certain emotional moments keep resurfacing. Certain chapters you thought were finished suddenly appear again in the quiet of the night. You may wonder why your mind continues reopening experiences that happened years ago, why it keeps returning to conversations, losses, disappointments, betrayals, and painful moments that should have already faded into the distance. The answer is often simpler than people realize. The mind rarely reopens emotional files because it enjoys suffering. It reopens them because part of it believes something remains unfinished. Human beings are naturally wired to seek resolution. The mind likes completion. It likes understanding. It likes certainty. It likes stories with clear endings. When an emotional experience lacks those things, the mind often keeps returning to it. Not because it wants to hurt you, because it is still searching. Searching for answers, searching for meaning, searching for closure, searching for understanding. Imagine reading a novel where the final chapter is missing. The story would stay with you. Questions would linger. Your attention would keep returning to it, not because you enjoyed the uncertainty, because your mind naturally seeks completion. Many emotional experiences function in exactly the same way. A relationship ends without explanation. A betrayal makes no sense. A loss arrives unexpectedly. A dream collapses suddenly. A person leaves without closure. The chapter feels incomplete. And because it feels incomplete, the mind keeps reopening it. The Stoics understood that much of human suffering comes from our desire for certainty in a world that rarely provides it. Life often leaves questions unanswered. It often leaves stories unfinished. It often leaves mysteries unresolved. Yet the mind struggles to accept this. It keeps returning to old emotional files, hoping that one more review will finally produce the answer. One more replay, one more analysis, one more perspective, one more explanation. But often the answer never arrives. And this is where many people become trapped. They mistake repetition for progress. The memory returns so often that they assume they must still be working through it. But repetition is not always healing. Sometimes it is simply habit. The mind follows familiar pathways. Just as water follows channels carved into the earth, thoughts follow channels carved by repetition. The more often a memory is revisited, the easier it becomes for the mind to return there. Over time, the emotional file develops its own automatic pathway. A certain song triggers it. A certain date triggers it. A certain feeling triggers it. A quiet evening triggers it. And before you realize what is happening, the mind is revisiting the same emotional territory again. Marcus Aurelius frequently reminded himself that we suffer greatly when we become attached to things outside our control. One of the most difficult things to accept is that some questions may never be answered. Why did they leave? Why did it happen? What was I supposed to learn? What would life have been like if things had gone differently? The mind often keeps reopening old files because it believes these questions are necessary for peace. Yet many people eventually discover something surprising. Peace arrives before the answers do. Sometimes the answers never arrive at all, and peace still becomes possible. This happens because true healing is not always about solving the mystery. It is about changing your relationship with the mystery. One of the hidden reasons emotional files remain active is that they become connected to identity. The memory stops being just a memory. It becomes part of how you understand yourself. The betrayal becomes part of your story. The rejection becomes part of your story. The loss becomes part of your story. The disappointment becomes part of your story. As long as the memory remains connected to identity, the mind continues treating it as highly important. It keeps bringing it forward, keeps reviewing it, keeps protecting it. The Stoics would encourage a different perspective. The event happened. It mattered. It shaped you, but it is not the entirety of who you are. A chapter is part of a book. It is not the whole book. When people begin healing, they often notice that old memories continue appearing. This can be discouraging. They think, I thought I was over this. I thought I had healed. I thought I had moved on. But the return of a memory does not mean healing failed. It simply means the mind remembered. There is a difference. A healed wound can still leave a scar. A scar can still be noticed. But noticing the scar does not mean the wound is open. The Stoics understood that wisdom is not forgetting. Wisdom is remembering without being controlled, remembering without reliving, remembering without reopening the injury every time the memory appears. As you rest tonight, notice which emotional files your mind continues reopening. Notice the stories it revisits, the conversations it replays, the losses it reviews. Then gently ask yourself whether the file truly needs another investigation, or whether it simply needs permission to remain closed. Perhaps the lesson has already been learned. Perhaps the understanding has already arrived. Perhaps the event has already given everything it came to teach. The mind often keeps searching because it does not trust that enough has been done. Yet healing sometimes requires stopping the search, not because the past no longer matters, but because your present matters too. Tonight, allow yourself to step away from the old files, not forever, not by force. Simply for now. Allow the memories to exist without examining them. Allow the questions to exist without answering them. Allow the unfinished pieces to remain unfinished. Because one of the deepest forms of freedom is realizing that you do not need to constantly revisit every painful chapter in order to honor it. Some chapters can remain part of your story without remaining the center of your attention. And perhaps that is what your mind has been longing to learn all along. Not how to erase the past, but how to stop living inside it. As you begin loosening your attachment to old emotional files and allowing the past to remain where it belongs, another fear often emerges from beneath the surface. It is a fear that quietly shapes relationships, influences decisions, and determines how much of yourself you allow the world to see. It is the fear of emotional vulnerability, the fear of opening your heart after it has been hurt, the fear of being seen after being wounded, the fear of trusting after trust was broken. At first glance, vulnerability seems simple. It means being honest, being open, being authentic, being emotionally available. Yet for many people, vulnerability feels far more dangerous than it sounds, because vulnerability requires uncertainty. It requires stepping into situations where you cannot control the outcome. You cannot control whether someone understands you. You cannot control whether someone stays. You cannot control whether someone appreciates your honesty. You cannot control whether your openness is handled with care. And for a person who has been hurt before, that uncertainty can feel terrifying. Many people do not realize that their resistance to vulnerability is actually a form of protection. At some point in life, openness was followed by pain. Trust was followed by disappointment. Honesty was followed by criticism. Love was followed by loss. The nervous system learned a lesson. Do not open too much. Do not reveal too much. Do not trust too quickly. Do not let people get too close. These lessons often develop quietly. The person may still have relationships, still talk to people, still appear friendly. Yet emotionally, they remain guarded. Part of them stays hidden, protected, locked away, not because they are cold, because they are afraid. The Stoics understood that fear often disguises itself as wisdom. A person may call it caution. They may call it being realistic. They may call it protecting themselves. Yet sometimes what appears to be wisdom is simply fear wearing a mask. This does not mean vulnerability should be reckless. The Stoics never encouraged blind trust. They encouraged discernment. There is a difference. Discernment says, I will choose carefully whom I trust. Fear says, I will trust nobody. Discernment protects peace. Fear isolates. Many people who have been hurt repeatedly begin treating vulnerability itself as the problem. But vulnerability was never the problem. The betrayal was the problem. The dishonesty was the problem. The rejection was the problem. The vulnerability simply happened to be present when the pain occurred. Imagine someone being injured during a rainstorm and then spending years believing rain itself is dangerous. The mind often makes similar associations emotionally. You opened your heart. You got hurt. Now the mind connects openness with danger. The result is emotional armor. And while armor provides protection, it also creates distance. Armor prevents certain wounds. It also prevents certain connections. You cannot fully experience intimacy while remaining completely hidden. You cannot fully experience trust while refusing all risk. You cannot fully experience love while keeping your heart permanently locked away. This is one of the greatest tragedies of emotional self-protection. The very walls that keep pain out also keep life out. Marcus Aurelius understood that human beings are meant for connection, not dependence, not emotional attachment to things outside our control, but meaningful connection, shared humanity, honest relationships, mutual understanding. Yet connection always requires some degree of vulnerability. There is no way around it. Every meaningful relationship involves uncertainty. Every genuine friendship involves risk. Every act of trust contains possibility. The fearful mind hates this reality. It wants guarantees, proof, certainty. It wants to know in advance that nobody will hurt it. But life cannot provide such guarantees. And because guarantees do not exist, many people spend years withholding parts of themselves, not fully expressing love, not fully expressing needs, not fully expressing truth, always holding something back, always keeping an exit route available, always preparing for disappointment. The Stoics would gently remind us that trying to eliminate all emotional risk creates a different kind of suffering. The suffering of disconnection, the suffering of isolation, the suffering of never being fully known. And that suffering often becomes heavier than the pain we were trying to avoid. One of the most important realizations in healing is understanding that vulnerability is not weakness. It is courage. Weakness hides because it cannot tolerate uncertainty. Courage remains open despite uncertainty. Weakness demands guarantees. Courage accepts that guarantees do not exist. Weakness builds walls around every wound. Courage allows healing to happen without becoming imprisoned by fear. As you rest tonight, notice where your heart still feels guarded. Notice the places where you automatically pull back, the places where you hide your feelings, your needs, your hopes, your fears. Do not judge yourself for it. Those protections were created for a reason. They were attempts to keep you safe. And perhaps they succeeded for a time. But not every protection is meant to remain forever. Some walls are built for temporary storms, not permanent residence. The Stoics believed that wisdom involves recognizing when a strategy has outlived its purpose. What protected you yesterday may limit you today. What helped you survive one chapter may prevent you from fully living the next. Tonight, you do not need to force openness. You do not need to tear down every wall. You do not need to trust everyone. You only need to consider a gentle possibility. That vulnerability itself is not the enemy. That openness is not the danger. That your heart does not need to spend the rest of its life preparing for old wounds to return. Because the truth is that being hurt once does not mean you are destined to be hurt forever. Being betrayed once does not mean trust is impossible. Being rejected once does not mean connection is unsafe. The past may explain your fear, but it does not have to determine your future. And perhaps one of the deepest forms of healing is discovering that your heart can remain wise without remaining closed, that it can remain cautious without becoming fearful, that it can remain protected without becoming imprisoned. And in that discovery, something beautiful begins to return. Not naivete, not blind trust. Something far stronger. The quiet courage to be open again. As you begin healing the fear of emotional vulnerability and allowing yourself to become more open to life again, another hidden burden often reveals itself. It is a burden carried by some of the most admired people in the world. The dependable ones, the resilient ones, the people everyone turns to during difficult times, the people who always seem to have it together, the people known for their strength. From the outside, strength looks like a gift, and often it is. Strength helps people survive. It helps them endure hardship. It helps them carry responsibilities. It helps them keep moving when life becomes difficult. But there is another side to strength that few people talk about. Sometimes strength becomes a prison. Sometimes the person known for being strong becomes trapped inside the role they created. They become the helper, the protector, the caretaker, the dependable one, the person who never falls apart. And slowly, they begin feeling as though they no longer have permission to be human. Many people who carry this burden learned it early in life. Perhaps there was chaos around them. Perhaps other people depended on them emotionally. Perhaps they had to mature faster than their years. Perhaps there was nobody available to support them, so they learned to support themselves. The lesson became simple. Be strong. Do not complain. Keep going. Handle it yourself. At first, these lessons helped them survive. But survival habits often continue long after survival is no longer necessary. Years later, the person is still carrying everything alone, still solving everyone's problems, still showing up for everyone else, still being the strong one. Meanwhile, their own exhaustion remains hidden. One of the most painful aspects of this role is that people often stop asking how you are doing, not because they do not care, because they assume you are fine. You always seem fine. You always manage. You always endure. You always recover. The image of strength becomes so powerful that others stop seeing the person behind it, and eventually you may stop seeing that person too. The Stoics understood the value of strength, but they never confused strength with emotional suppression. Marcus Aurelius spoke often about endurance, courage, and resilience, yet he also acknowledged human limitations. He understood that being strong does not mean pretending you never struggle. Many people make this mistake. They believe strength means carrying everything silently. They believe strength means never needing help. They believe strength means never showing weakness. But true strength is far more balanced. True strength includes honesty. It includes self-awareness. It includes recognizing when a burden has become too heavy. One of the hidden traumas of being the strong one is that you often become disconnected from your own needs. You become so focused on carrying others that you stop noticing yourself. You know how everyone else feels. You know what everyone else needs. You know what everyone else is struggling with. But when someone asks about you, you hesitate. Because you have spent so little time paying attention to your own emotional world, the role has become your identity, and identities can be difficult to question. If you are always the strong one, who are you when you need support? If you are always the helper, who helps you? If you are always the stable one, what happens when you feel lost? These questions can feel uncomfortable because they challenge a role that may have existed for decades. Many strong people secretly carry enormous loneliness, not because they are alone, because they feel unseen. People appreciate their strength, depend on their strength, admire their strength, but few people recognize the cost of that strength. Few people see the exhaustion, the fear, the grief, the vulnerability hidden beneath it. And because they are accustomed to carrying everything themselves, they often struggle to let others help. The nervous system becomes uncomfortable receiving support. Giving feels natural, receiving feels unfamiliar. The Stoics would gently remind us that self-sufficiency does not mean isolation. Human beings were never designed to carry life entirely alone. Even the wisest individuals benefited from friendship, guidance, and connection. Strength does not require emotional isolation. In fact, some of the strongest people are those who allow themselves to be supported when necessary. Another hidden cost of always being strong is emotional numbness. When a person spends years suppressing their own needs, feelings, and struggles, they often lose touch with them. Not intentionally, gradually. The mind learns to prioritize functioning over feeling, responsibilities over emotions, performance over healing, and eventually the person becomes excellent at surviving but uncertain how to rest. Excellent at enduring but uncertain how to receive comfort. Excellent at helping but uncertain how to ask for help. Marcus Aurelius understood that life requires balance. Courage without wisdom becomes recklessness. Discipline without compassion becomes cruelty. Strength without softness becomes rigidity. The same principle applies here. Strength becomes unhealthy when it no longer allows room for humanity. As you rest tonight, notice whether you have spent years carrying the identity of being the strong one. Notice how often you suppress your own needs, how often you push through exhaustion, how often you tell yourself to keep going when what you truly need is rest. Notice how often you support others while quietly neglecting yourself. Then gently consider a possibility that may feel unfamiliar. You do not have to earn the right to be human. You do not have to deserve compassion. You do not have to prove your strength every day. You do not have to carry every burden alone. The people who love you do not only need your strength, they need your authenticity, your honesty, your humanity. The Stoics never asked people to become machines. They asked them to become wise. And wisdom includes knowing when to set the burden down. Tonight, allow yourself to step out of the role for a moment. You do not need to solve everyone's problems. You do not need to carry everyone's emotions. You do not need to be unbreakable. You do not need to be endlessly strong. For this moment, you can simply be a human being. A human being who has carried enough. A human being who deserves rest. A human being who deserves support. Because one of the deepest forms of healing is realizing that strength was never meant to be a prison. It was meant to be a tool. Something you use when necessary, not something you become forever. And perhaps tonight, as the weight begins to soften, You can finally experience the freedom of putting down the armor and discovering that your worth was never dependent on carrying the world alone. As you begin releasing the burden of always being the strong one, another hidden source of suffering often becomes easier to see. It is a habit so common that many people barely notice it happening. They do it while scrolling through their phones, while talking to friends, while attending family gatherings, while reflecting on their own lives. They constantly compare their progress, compare their success, compare their relationships, compare their appearance, compare their achievements. And without realizing it, they slowly drain the peace from their own minds. Comparison is one of the quietest forms of psychological damage because it rarely announces itself as harmful. In fact, it often disguises itself as motivation. The mind says, "I just want to improve. I just want to do better. I just want to learn from others." Sometimes that is true, but often beneath those thoughts lies something more painful. A belief that your life is not enough as it is. A belief that your worth depends on where you stand relative to someone else. A belief that happiness can only arrive once you catch up. The problem is that comparison has no finish line. There will always be someone richer, someone younger, someone more attractive, someone more successful, someone further ahead, someone who appears happier. If your peace depends on surpassing everyone around you, peace will remain permanently out of reach. The Stoics understood this deeply. Marcus Aurelius lived among powerful leaders, generals, philosophers, and influential figures. Yet he repeatedly reminded himself to focus on his own path rather than measuring his life against the lives of others. He understood something many people forget. Every person is living a different story, a different beginning, a different struggle, a different set of circumstances, a different journey. Comparison ignores all of this. It takes two completely different lives and pretends they should be measured by the same standard. This creates enormous suffering. Imagine judging a tree because it grows differently from a river, or criticizing the moon because it does not shine like the sun. The comparison itself makes no sense. Yet people do this to themselves every day. They compare their private struggles to someone else's public victories, their beginning to someone else's middle, their reality to someone else's appearance, and then they wonder why they feel inadequate. One of the most dangerous aspects of comparison is that it blinds you to your own growth. The mind becomes so focused on what others have that it stops noticing what you have already achieved. It overlooks progress, overlooks resilience, overlooks wisdom, overlooks healing, overlooks everything that does not fit the comparison. A person may have overcome enormous challenges, learned valuable lessons, built meaningful relationships, grown emotionally. Yet because someone else appears further ahead in one area of life, none of it feels sufficient. The comparison erases gratitude. And where gratitude disappears, peace often disappears with it. The Stoics believed that suffering increases when attention becomes fixed on what is missing rather than what is present. Comparison does exactly this. It trains the mind to focus on lack, on deficits, on perceived shortcomings, on what belongs to someone else. Eventually, the person develops a habit of emotional dissatisfaction. No matter what they achieve, it feels incomplete. No matter what they receive, it feels insufficient. No matter how far they come, someone else always appears further ahead. This creates a permanent sense of being behind, a permanent sense of inadequacy, a permanent sense that life is happening better for everyone else. But comparison rarely reveals the truth. It reveals a carefully selected image, a tiny fragment of reality. Most people compare their deepest insecurities to another person's visible strengths. They compare their behind-the-scenes struggles to someone else's highlight reel. They compare their fears to someone else's appearance of confidence. What they do not see are the private battles, the hidden grief, the anxiety, the uncertainty, the loneliness, the sacrifices. Every life contains struggles that remain invisible from the outside, yet comparison rarely accounts for those realities. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that external appearances tell us very little about the actual condition of another person's life. The same remains true today. What appears perfect from a distance often contains difficulties we cannot see. What appears effortless often required years of struggle. What appears successful often carries burdens hidden beneath the surface. One of the deepest costs of comparison is that it separates you from your own life. Instead of asking, "Am I growing?" you ask, "Am I growing faster than them?" Instead of asking, "Am I living according to my values?" you ask, "Am I doing as well as everyone else?" Instead of asking, "What brings meaning to my life?" you ask, "What seems impressive to others?" The focus shifts away from authenticity and toward competition. And when life becomes a competition, inner peace becomes difficult to maintain. The Stoics would encourage a different question, not "How do I compare?" but "Am I becoming a better version of myself?" This question changes everything, because your journey is not measured against someone else's. It is measured against your own growth, your own character, your own wisdom, your own progress. As you rest tonight, notice where comparison still enters your life. Notice how often the mind measures, evaluates, competes, judges. Then gently remind yourself that another person's success does not diminish your own worth. Another person's happiness does not reduce your opportunity for happiness. Another person's progress does not invalidate your progress. Life is not a race with a single winner. It is a collection of unique journeys unfolding at different speeds and in different directions. The Stoics understood that peace comes from accepting your own path rather than constantly looking sideways. Tonight, allow yourself to stop measuring for a while. Stop comparing. Stop competing. Stop calculating your worth against the lives of others. You do not need to be ahead of everyone to be valuable. You do not need to outperform everyone to be worthy. You do not need to live someone else's life in order to appreciate your own. Because one of the most profound forms of healing occurs when you stop asking whether your life looks as good as someone else's and start asking whether your life is becoming more aligned with who you truly want to be. And in that moment, comparison begins to lose its power. Not because everyone becomes equal, but because your peace is no longer dependent on measuring yourself against the world. It becomes rooted in something far stronger. The quiet confidence of walking your own path without needing it to look like anyone else's. As you begin freeing yourself from the habit of comparison, another hidden source of suffering often reveals itself. Many people spend their entire lives chasing peace without ever allowing themselves to experience it. They keep placing happiness somewhere in the future, somewhere beyond the next achievement, the next milestone, the next relationship, the next promotion, the next improvement. They tell themselves that peace will come later, that happiness is waiting somewhere ahead, that satisfaction belongs to a future version of themselves. And without realizing it, they spend years postponing the very thing they are seeking. This is one of the most common forms of mental damage in modern life. The belief that life will finally begin once something else happens. Once I earn more money. Once I lose the weight. Once I find the right person. Once I achieve success. Once I fix myself. Once I reach the next stage. The mind becomes attached to a future condition, a future destination, a future version of reality. And because happiness is always placed ahead, it never fully arrives. The goal moves, the conditions change, the requirements increase. The finish line shifts again. Many people spend decades living this way. They become experts at postponing joy, experts at postponing gratitude, experts at postponing peace. The Stoics understood that this habit creates endless dissatisfaction because it teaches the mind to reject the present moment. The message becomes clear. This moment is not enough. This version of my life is not enough. This version of me is not enough. The present becomes something to escape rather than something to experience. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself to focus on the life directly in front of him. He understood that the future is uncertain and that constantly chasing future fulfillment creates a life spent waiting, waiting to be happy, waiting to feel complete, waiting to finally relax. The tragedy is that many people reach the future they once dreamed about and discover that the dissatisfaction remains. The promotion arrives, the relationship arrives, the achievement arrives, the financial goal arrives. Yet the peace they expected never fully appears. This happens because the problem was never the future. The problem was the habit of postponement. The mind learned to believe that fulfillment exists somewhere else. And once that habit is established, it continues regardless of circumstances. The future becomes an emotional mirage. It always appears just ahead, always visible, never reachable. One of the hidden dangers of living for future happiness is that it creates a permanent feeling of incompleteness. You stop appreciating progress because you are focused on what remains unfinished. You stop appreciating growth because you are focused on where you have not arrived. You stop appreciating life because you are focused on the next chapter. The present moment becomes a waiting room, a temporary inconvenience, a place to pass through rather than a place to live. The Stoics saw tremendous wisdom in embracing the present, not because the present is always perfect, but because it is the only place where life actually exists. The future is an idea. The present is reality. Yet many people spend so much time mentally living ahead of themselves that they miss the life unfolding around them. A beautiful conversation passes unnoticed. A peaceful evening passes unnoticed. A meaningful achievement passes unnoticed. A moment of gratitude passes unnoticed. Because the mind is already focused on the next thing, and the next thing, and the next thing. This creates chronic dissatisfaction because nothing ever feels sufficient. There is always another goal, another problem to solve, another improvement to make, another reason to delay contentment. The mind develops an addiction to becoming rather than being. It becomes attached to future versions of life while neglecting the current one. The Stoics would gently ask a powerful question. If happiness always exists in the future, when will it ever be experienced? The future eventually becomes the present, and if the present is constantly rejected, happiness remains permanently postponed. Many people believe that allowing themselves peace now will reduce their motivation. They fear that contentment will make them complacent, but the Stoics understood that peace and ambition are not enemies. You can pursue goals while appreciating the present. You can seek improvement while accepting yourself. You can grow without hating where you currently stand. These things can coexist. In fact, growth often becomes healthier when it emerges from appreciation rather than dissatisfaction. A person who constantly tells themselves they are incomplete creates emotional pressure. A person who appreciates where they are while continuing to grow creates emotional stability. One approach creates chronic tension, the other creates sustainable progress. As you rest tonight, notice where your happiness has been postponed. Notice the conditions your mind has created, the things that must happen before peace is allowed, the achievements that must be reached, the problems that must be solved, the future circumstances that must arrive. Then gently ask yourself a simple question. What if peace does not need to wait? What if some part of it is available now, not after perfection, not after success, not after certainty? Now. This does not mean ignoring challenges. It does not mean abandoning goals. It simply means refusing to make your entire well-being dependent upon future outcomes. The Stoics believed that peace begins when we stop demanding that life become different before allowing ourselves to appreciate it. Tonight, allow yourself to release the habit of postponement. Allow yourself to stop treating happiness like a destination. Allow yourself to stop placing your peace somewhere beyond the horizon. Because life is happening here, in this breath, in this moment, in this quiet night. Not in some future version of reality. The future will come when it comes. But this moment is already here. And perhaps one of the deepest forms of healing is realizing that the happiness you have been chasing for years was never meant to be found at the end of the journey. It was meant to accompany you along the way. The moment you stop postponing peace is often the moment you finally begin experiencing it. As you begin releasing the habit of postponing happiness and waiting for the perfect future before allowing yourself peace, another fear often reveals itself. It is a fear that quietly influences decisions, limits opportunities, and creates enormous emotional pressure. The fear of making mistakes, the fear of getting something wrong, the fear of failing, looking foolish, disappointing others, or proving yourself inadequate. For many people, this fear becomes so normal that they no longer recognize how much power it has over their lives. It influences what they say, what they do, what they attempt, what they avoid. It shapes careers, relationships, dreams, goals, entire futures. Not because mistakes are actually happening, because mistakes might happen, and sometimes the possibility feels frightening enough to stop action altogether. Many people carry the belief that mistakes are dangerous, that mistakes are evidence of failure, that mistakes reveal weakness, that mistakes reduce their worth. But these beliefs often begin long before adulthood. Perhaps mistakes were heavily criticized. Perhaps perfection was expected. Perhaps failure was treated as something shameful. Perhaps love and approval felt connected to performance. The mind absorbed these experiences and created a rule. Do not make mistakes. At first, this seems reasonable, but there is a problem. Human beings cannot live without making mistakes. Mistakes are part of learning, part of growth, part of experience, part of being alive. The rule itself is impossible, and when people try to follow impossible rules, suffering follows. The Stoics understood this deeply. Marcus Aurelius never expected perfection from himself. He expected effort, he expected character, he expected the willingness to learn and improve, but he fully accepted that mistakes would occur. This is one of the most liberating aspects of Stoic philosophy. It removes perfection from the equation. The Stoics were not trying to become flawless. They were trying to become wise. And wisdom does not come from avoiding mistakes. Wisdom comes from learning through them. Imagine a child learning to walk. The child falls repeatedly. No one views those falls as evidence that the child is a failure. No one says, clearly this child is not meant to walk. The falls are understood as part of the process. Yet somewhere along the way, many adults lose this perspective. They begin treating mistakes as verdicts, as proof, as confirmation of inadequacy. A failed attempt becomes evidence that they are incapable. A poor decision becomes evidence that they are flawed. An embarrassing moment becomes evidence that they are not enough. The event stops being a lesson. It becomes an identity. The Stoics would challenge this immediately. A mistake is information. not identity. A mistake reveals what happened. It does not reveal your worth. This distinction is incredibly important because people who fear mistakes often spend enormous amounts of energy trying to avoid them. They over-prepare, overthink, overanalyze, delay decisions, avoid opportunities, wait for certainty. Yet certainty rarely arrives. Life requires action before guarantees exist. And this is where many people become stuck. They remain trapped between fear and possibility, unable to move because they are trying to eliminate all risk. The Stoics understood that courage is not the absence of mistakes. Courage is acting despite the possibility of mistakes. Every meaningful life requires uncertainty. Every important decision contains risk. Every worthwhile goal includes the possibility of failure. Trying to eliminate mistakes entirely often means eliminating growth as well. One of the hidden costs of perfectionism is paralysis. A person becomes so afraid of doing something imperfectly that they stop doing it altogether. They never start, never speak, never try, never risk. Their life becomes smaller, not because they lack potential, because fear has become their guide. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that the only true failure was abandoning virtue and reason. External outcomes mattered far less than how a person responded to them. This perspective changes everything. Success becomes less important than effort. Growth becomes more important than perfection. Character becomes more important than appearance. And suddenly, mistakes lose much of their power. Because they are no longer proof of inadequacy, they become opportunities for learning. The Stoics knew that every mistake contains wisdom if approached correctly. Every wrong turn teaches something. Every setback reveals something. Every failure offers information. The question is not whether mistakes will happen. They will. The question is how you will relate to them when they do. Will you treat them as evidence against yourself, or will you treat them as teachers? Many people spend years carrying old mistakes because they never allowed themselves to learn from them and move forward. They keep reliving them, replaying them, punishing themselves for them, as though continued suffering somehow improves the past. But the past cannot be improved through self-condemnation. It can only be transformed through understanding. As you rest tonight, think about the mistakes you still fear, the mistakes you still carry, the mistakes that continue influencing your decisions. Then gently ask yourself whether those mistakes deserve to remain prisons, or whether they can finally become lessons. You do not need a flawless life to experience peace. You do not need a perfect record. You do not need perfect decisions. You do not need perfect outcomes. You only need the willingness to remain human, the willingness to learn, the willingness to grow, the willingness to forgive yourself for not always knowing what you know now. Because the Stoics understood something that many people forget. Imperfection is not the obstacle to wisdom, it is the path to wisdom. Tonight, allow yourself to put down the impossible burden of perfection. Allow yourself to stop demanding flawless performance from a human mind. Allow yourself to stop treating every mistake as a threat to your worth. Because one of the deepest forms of freedom is realizing that you do not have to become perfect in order to deserve peace. You only need to keep learning, keep growing, keep moving forward, and trust that every mistake, every lesson, every imperfect step has been part of the journey that brought you here. Not broken, not ruined, not disqualified, simply human, and that has always been enough. As you begin releasing the fear of mistakes and accepting that imperfection is part of being human, another tender wound begins to appear. It is often quieter than fear, deeper than regret, and heavier than most people admit. It is grief. Not only the grief of losing someone you loved, but the grief of losing time, losing trust, losing childhood, losing dreams, losing versions of yourself, and losing the life you thought would happen. Grief does not disappear simply because you avoid looking at it. It waits. It settles into the body. It hides behind tiredness. It speaks through sudden sadness. It returns through songs, places, dates, smells, silence, and memories that arrive without warning. Many people think grief only belongs to death, but grief has many faces. You can grieve a person who is still alive. You can grieve a relationship that changed. You can grieve a family that never became what you needed. You can grieve lost years. You can grieve the innocent version of yourself that existed before disappointment taught you to be guarded. And when grief is not processed, it does not vanish. It becomes stored. It becomes emotional weight. It becomes a quiet heaviness you carry into every new season of life. Some people suppress grief because they had no choice. Life demanded that they keep going. Bills had to be paid. Children had to be cared for. Responsibilities did not stop. People expected strength. So the grief was pushed down, not because it did not matter, but because there was no safe space to feel it. The problem is that grief does not leave just because it was postponed. It remains active beneath the surface. It may show up as irritability, as numbness, as anxiety, as emotional distance, as sudden tears, as difficulty enjoying good moments, as a feeling that something inside is unfinished. A person may say, "I do not know why I feel so heavy," but often the heaviness is old grief that never had room to breathe. The Stoics understood that loss is part of life, but they did not teach emotional denial. They taught clear seeing. They understood that everything we love is temporary, not to make us cold, but to help us love wisely. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that life changes, people leave, seasons end, and nothing earthly stays exactly the same forever. This truth can sound painful at first, but it also contains peace. Because when you understand that change is part of life, you stop treating loss as a personal punishment. You stop asking, "Why only me?" You begin to see that grief is not proof that life has betrayed you. It is proof that something mattered. This changes the relationship with grief. Grief is not weakness. It is love with nowhere familiar to go. It is attachment adjusting to absence. It is the heart learning how to live after something important has changed. But when grief is suppressed, the heart never gets to complete that adjustment. It remains emotionally attached to the moment of loss. Part of you continues living as though the ending just happened, even if many years have passed. This is why unprocessed loss can remain active for decades. Time moves forward, but the emotional system remains paused. The calendar changes, but the wound stays fresh. The world expects you to move on, but something inside you is still standing beside the thing you lost. The Stoic path is not to force yourself to forget. It is not to become hard. It is not to pretend the loss did not hurt. It is to allow grief to be seen, without letting it become your entire identity. You can honor what you lost without living forever inside the loss. You can remember without reopening the wound every night. You can love what is gone without abandoning what remains. This is where healing begins, not by rushing grief, not by explaining it away, not by telling yourself others had it worse, but by giving the pain permission to exist. Many people never heal because they keep judging their grief. They say, "I should be over this by now. I should be stronger. I should not still feel this." But grief does not follow a strict timetable. It moves in waves. Some days are light, some days are heavy. Some memories pass gently, others arrive with force. This does not mean you are broken. It means the heart is still integrating what happened. As you rest tonight, allow yourself to recognize the grief you may have hidden for years, the goodbye you never fully accepted, the apology you never received, the childhood you never had, the relationship that did not become what you hoped, the dream that quietly died while you were busy surviving. You do not have to solve all of it tonight. You do not have to cry if tears do not come. You do not have to force emotion. Just allow the truth to be known. Something hurt, something mattered, something was lost. And you were changed by it. The Stoics would remind you that peace does not come from denying loss. Peace comes from accepting life's changes while refusing to let loss take the whole of you. The past may carry sorrow, but the present still carries breath, stillness, possibility, a quiet space where the heart can begin to soften again. Tonight, let the grief be held without shame. Let the old sorrow loosen its grip. Let the memories come without turning them into chains, because grief that is finally allowed to breathe does not destroy you. It begins to move, and when grief begins to move, the heart slowly discovers that it can carry love without carrying constant pain. It can remember without collapsing. It can miss what was lost and still return to life. And perhaps that is one of the deepest forms of healing, not erasing the grief, but no longer being ruled by it. As you begin allowing old grief to move instead of remain frozen inside you, another mystery of the human mind starts to make more sense. Have you ever wondered why certain memories seem impossible to forget? Why some moments from years ago can still trigger emotions as if they happened yesterday? Why your body sometimes reacts before your mind even has time to think? The answer lies in the deep connection between memory and survival. Not all memories are stored equally. Your mind does not treat every experience the same way. You have likely forgotten thousands of ordinary days, thousands of meals, thousands of conversations, thousands of moments that came and went without leaving a strong mark. Yet certain memories remain vivid: a betrayal, a humiliation, a frightening experience, a painful loss, a moment of rejection, a moment when your heart broke, a moment when you felt completely alone. These memories often remain alive because your nervous system did not store them as ordinary events. It stored them as survival information. From an evolutionary perspective, this makes perfect sense. The brain is designed to keep you alive. Its primary job is not happiness. Its primary job is protection. Whenever something creates intense emotional pain, fear, danger, or distress, the nervous system pays close attention. It says, "This is important. Remember this. Do not forget this. We may need this information again." The memory becomes tagged as significant, not because your brain wants you to suffer, because it wants to protect you from experiencing the same pain again. The Stoics understood that human beings are strongly influenced by impressions. Certain events leave powerful impressions upon the mind, shaping how we interpret future experiences. If those impressions are never examined, they continue influencing us long after the original event has passed. This is why a person who experienced betrayal may struggle to trust years later. Why someone who experienced rejection may fear vulnerability. Why someone who experienced humiliation may become highly sensitive to criticism. The nervous system remembers, not necessarily through words, not necessarily through conscious thought, but through emotional association. A present situation resembles an old wound. The nervous system reacts. A certain tone of voice, a certain expression, a certain circumstance. Something reminds the body of what happened before, and suddenly the emotional response arrives, often before logic has a chance to intervene. This can be confusing. You may know intellectually that you are safe, yet emotionally something still feels threatened. This happens because the nervous system operates differently from conscious reasoning. The thinking mind understands time. The nervous system understands patterns. When it notices a familiar pattern, it prepares for protection. It does not stop to ask whether the danger is actually present. It simply responds. Imagine touching a hot stove as a child. Years later, you do not need to think carefully before avoiding a hot surface. The lesson was learned deeply. The same mechanism exists emotionally. Painful experiences teach lessons. Some of those lessons are helpful. Others become outdated. The nervous system may continue protecting you from dangers that no longer exist. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself to examine his impressions rather than automatically believing them. He understood that the first emotional reaction is not always the final truth. This wisdom becomes incredibly important when dealing with old emotional memories, because the nervous system sometimes mistakes familiarity for reality. It reacts to echoes of the past as though they belong to the present. A person receives constructive feedback and feels intense shame, not because the feedback is harmful, because it resembles old criticism. A loved one becomes temporarily distant and anxiety appears, not because abandonment is happening, because the feeling resembles an earlier loss. The present moment becomes mixed with the past, and the nervous system struggles to distinguish between them. One of the most important steps in healing is understanding that remembering is not the same as reliving. Many people fear the return of painful memories because they assume the memory itself means they have not healed. But memories are not enemies. The nervous system is simply doing what it learned to do. It is trying to protect you. The problem is not that the memory exists. The problem is that the nervous system has not yet learned that the danger is over. Healing often involves teaching the body what the mind already knows, that the event is finished, that the threat has passed, that this moment is different. This requires patience, because the nervous system learns through repetition. Just as fear was learned gradually, safety is often learned gradually too. The Stoics believed that peace comes from seeing reality clearly, not through denial, not through suppression, but through honest observation. When a painful memory appears, you can notice it without becoming consumed by it. You can acknowledge the feeling without surrendering to it. You can remind yourself that a memory is not a prediction. A memory is not a warning about the future. A memory is evidence of something that happened, not evidence of something that must happen again. As you rest tonight, think about the memories that still carry emotional weight, the moments your nervous system refuses to completely release. Do not judge yourself for them. Do not view them as proof that you are broken. They simply reveal what your mind once considered important for survival. And perhaps those memories helped protect you for a season. But not every survival strategy is meant to last forever. Not every lesson needs to remain active forever. Not every alarm needs to keep ringing forever. The Stoics would gently encourage you to return to the present moment, to notice what is actually here. This room, this breath, this quiet night, this reality. Not the reality of 10 years ago, not the reality of yesterday. This one, because healing begins when the nervous system slowly learns a new truth, that it can remember without remaining trapped, that it can learn without remaining afraid, that it can honor the past without continuing to live inside it. And perhaps one of the most beautiful signs of recovery is when an old memory finally loses its job as a protector and becomes what it was always meant to be. A chapter of your story, not the place where your story remains. As you begin understanding that your nervous system can finally stop treating old memories as current threats, another hidden burden often comes into view. For many people, The response to uncertainty is not fear alone, it is control. The need to manage every outcome, anticipate every problem, prepare for every possibility, eliminate every risk. And while this habit often begins as an attempt to create safety, it eventually becomes another source of exhaustion. Control can feel comforting. When life feels uncertain, control creates the illusion of stability. When the future feels unpredictable, control creates the illusion of security. When emotions feel overwhelming, control creates the illusion of protection. At first, this seems helpful. The problem is that life refuses to cooperate. Life changes. People change. Circumstances change. Plans change. No matter how carefully you organize everything, uncertainty remains. And for a person deeply attached to control, uncertainty can feel unbearable. Many people who struggle with control are not trying to dominate life. They are trying to avoid pain. At some point, unpredictability hurt them. Perhaps trust was broken unexpectedly. Perhaps loss arrived suddenly. Perhaps chaos surrounded them during important years of their life. The nervous system learned a lesson. If I stay in control, I can stay safe. The lesson makes sense, but over time, it becomes a prison. Because complete control is impossible, the person begins monitoring everything, planning everything, managing everything, preparing for every possible outcome, and yet anxiety remains, because no amount of preparation can eliminate uncertainty completely. The Stoics understood this truth deeply. In fact, much of Stoic philosophy revolves around a simple distinction: what is within your control and what is not. Marcus Aurelius constantly reminded himself that peace depends on recognizing this difference. Your actions are within your control, your character is within your control, your choices are within your control. But other people's opinions are not. Other people's decisions are not. The future is not. The weather is not. Life itself is not. Many people suffer because they spend enormous energy trying to control things that were never theirs to control. And because these things remain uncontrollable, frustration grows, anxiety grows, exhaustion grows. Imagine trying to hold back the ocean with your hands. No matter how hard you try, the tide continues moving. Eventually, the struggle itself becomes more exhausting than the ocean. This is often what happens psychologically. The effort to control life becomes heavier than the uncertainty itself. One of the hidden costs of control is rigidity. The mind becomes inflexible. Every unexpected change feels threatening. Every deviation from the plan feels dangerous. Every uncertainty feels like a problem that must be solved immediately. The nervous system loses its ability to adapt. Yet adaptation is one of the most important human strengths. The Stoics admired flexibility because they understood that wisdom is not about forcing reality to match your expectations. It is about responding skillfully when reality refuses to do so. A tree that refuses to bend during a storm often breaks. A tree that bends survives. Psychological flexibility works the same way. The ability to adjust, adapt, respond, accept. These qualities create resilience. Control often creates fragility, because when your peace depends on everything going according to plan, peace becomes extremely vulnerable. Life rarely follows the script we write for it. Relationships change, careers change, health changes, circumstances change. The more tightly we cling to certainty, the more painful these changes become. Marcus Aurelius faced wars, political upheaval, disease, loss, and countless uncertainties. Yet he repeatedly returned to the same principle. Focus on your response. Release your attachment to outcomes. This does not mean becoming passive. It does not mean giving up. It does not mean abandoning responsibility. It means directing energy where it can actually make a difference. Many people waste emotional energy trying to control results. The Stoics focused on controlling effort. You can control whether you act with integrity. You can control whether you remain honest. You can control whether you do your best. What happens afterward often belongs to life itself. This shift creates enormous relief, because suddenly you no longer carry responsibility for everything. You are responsible for your actions, not the entire universe. As you rest tonight, notice where control still operates in your life. Notice the situations you keep trying to manage, the outcomes you keep trying to guarantee, the uncertainties you keep trying to eliminate. Then gently ask yourself whether those things are truly within your control, or whether they belong to life. This question is not meant to create helplessness. It is meant to create freedom. Freedom from carrying responsibilities that were never yours. Freedom from fighting battles that cannot be won. Freedom from demanding certainty from an uncertain world. The Stoics believed that peace grows when acceptance grows. Not acceptance of passivity, acceptance of reality. Acceptance that life contains unknowns. Acceptance that some questions remain unanswered. Acceptance that uncertainty is not a flaw in existence. It is part of existence. Tonight, allow yourself to loosen your grip a little. You do not need to solve tomorrow before sleeping tonight. You do not need to manage every possibility. You do not need to control every outcome. You do not need to carry the weight of the entire future. For this moment, you can trust yourself to meet life as it comes. You can trust your ability to adapt. You can trust your capacity to respond. Because psychological flexibility is not the belief that nothing difficult will happen. It is the confidence that whatever happens, you can face it. And perhaps that is the deeper security you have been searching for all along. Not control over life, but trust in yourself. The trust that you do not need to control every wave in order to remain afloat. The trust that you can bend without breaking. The trust that peace becomes possible when you stop demanding certainty and start embracing the quiet wisdom of flexibility. Tonight you traveled through some of the deepest wounds the human mind can carry. The burden of always being responsible, the scars left by old pain, the exhaustion of emotional self-protection, the identity built around suffering, the fear of rejection, abandonment, failure, and loss, the endless search for validation, the hidden grief that never fully healed, the need to control, to compare, to overthink, and to constantly prepare for dangers that no longer exist. But beneath every lesson was the same truth. You were never broken. You were adapting. You were surviving. You were carrying burdens that were never meant to be carried forever. The Stoics understood that healing does not happen when life becomes perfect. Healing begins when the mind stops fighting itself, when old wounds stop becoming your identity, when the past is allowed to remain in the past, when peace no longer depends on approval, certainty, control, or perfection. Tonight, as sleep gently takes over, allow yourself to put down what no longer belongs to you. The old fears, the old stories, the old versions of yourself, the old emotional weight. You do not need to carry them into tomorrow. You have carried enough. And perhaps the greatest act of courage is no longer surviving every moment, but finally allowing yourself to rest. Before you drift off, leave a comment with just one word: release. Let that word be your promise to yourself that you are ready to put down one burden you have carried for far too long. And if these Stoic teachings brought you even a little peace tonight, subscribe to the channel and join us again for more journeys into wisdom, healing, and deep restorative sleep. Now close your eyes, slow your breathing, and let the mind finally rest.